Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, July the 1st. Happy Canada Day, everybody who is a Canadian. And William, are you giving me the yes, yes? Audio clear, video clear. Thank you, Paradox. All right, guys. So let's take a look at what is happening. First of all, remember I talked about this one yesterday? The next time there is a cheap China IPO, guys, we have to be all over it. I mean, I may not do the same thing, but look at this nonsense here with CPOP. Remember now, this is a IPO. It was priced at 6. I think it opened at 12. I think they've got, I don't know, 4 million shares outstanding. $52 right now, okay? So this is going the same way as a couple of other ones about a month and a half ago. CPOP. So I mean, there's no shares available to short yet for me. It's the second day of the IPO, but just it's ridiculous. That's all we can say is ridiculous. But there it is, CPOP. Yeah, I saw that. I did see the KTRA. I was a little bit late on it. Yeah, KTRA phase 2. Yeah, I really wanted this one, but what happened is, just as I was getting set to do something, this happened, and I just didn't, I mean, obviously if I'd still gone in at 3, it still would have been excellent, but I just didn't feel like chasing it down, so I just, I missed it. But another one, guys, I mean, there it is. Just take a look. When it's phase 1 or 2, small bio. It's not 100%, of course, but get your shorts ready. And that one was shortable, yeah. At Interactive Brokers, anyway. Here is one that is not shortable at Interactive Brokers, CVAC, and this is just getting pummeled. Couldn't quite understand what's going on. It's something to do with virus. It's a German company. Something to do with the virus, and but it's just getting pummeled right now, down 14%. Not shortable for me. The strategy trade, if you're talking about the AI, and nothing, yeah, thank you, Harry. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35, okay? Doesn't mean there will be something at 9:35, but nothing will happen before then. AYRO. This is an EV play, guys. Had some kind of a deal with a company called Karma. And Blin is going crazy right now. I'm hearing it. BLIN. Yeah, so we've got a big gap up here. So this had a big day yesterday, but the problem with it, look what happened. It got up to 862. It sold it just about got cut in half. So I mean, it's having like a resurgence again. It's up 42%, but just remember what happened yesterday. XPEV. Big China EV play. Big sales increase that they announced. So this is this makes pop for this one. XPEV. Was it only 28% effective? Okay, I couldn't see the percent. I just knew it had something to do with COVID, and obviously not good. ATHE. Boy, Alzheimer's really in the news now, isn't it? ATHE, so this company said that they've been granted a U.S. patent for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So something to do with those two drugs or those two illnesses. So ATHE, gap way above the 200-day moving average. Lots of volume. It's traded the float already half. I don't predict anything, okay? Alex, I don't predict anything. I was asked, what do I predict today? Nothing. BGI. Yeah, if you're Canadian, you know BGI, Burks. So I guess their big news is that they're now able to reopen all their Ontario stores. Big jewelry company in Canada, high end. So anyway, that's Burks, BGI. So that is the news for them. Very low float. Yeah, Peter, but we just played the enthusiasm for a while, okay? WNW. Of course not. You take 1,000 of these bios, maybe one might make it, but hey, that's just the way it is. WNW. And let me see. I don't see any news on this one. This is just, well, interesting to say the least. I mean, look at the 2 days before the 2 days before. So got all the way up here, two big sell-offs, and now gapping right back up again. S-Pro could be interesting. See how it's doing. Okay, so S-Pro, so their big news this morning, and there's a gap right through the 200-day moving average. It's a low float, $24 million. So they've got a $40 million investment from Pfizer. And that is the news for S-Pro this morning. On AMD, I have not seen AMD ever being a Reddit stock, but I'm not saying it's not a Reddit stock, but I've not seen it being a Reddit stock before. The only thing I can say about this is that their Ryzen chip, I've been into, my favorite store and talking to some of the guys there, and they're really recommending that over Intel. Now, maybe their margins are better, and that's why they're doing it. But no, I'm talking to some guys I trust, and they really, really, well, let's put it this way. They certainly don't say, well, Intel's still the king. They're really impressed by that Ryzen chip. So it is a WSP stock, okay. Seal, S-E-E-L. Hey, what are you doing? Seal is okay. We're getting a lot of these now. These analysts putting these pretty aggressive price targets. So Seal, S-E-E-L, Guggenheim initiating coverage with an $8 price target. And then you guys have been talking about meds. I did not get it. Meds. And I was actually looking to short it, but there were no shorts available. Or not looking to short it at any specific point, but just seeing if shorts were available, and there are not any at Interactive Brokers anyway. Might want to keep an eye on that CUEN again, CUEN. It's up 12%. Again, it's a little bit like the Blinn. It had the big gap up, and then it sold off quite a bit, dropped about a third. So it's a little bit like the Blinn. And then just as I was opening the room, NNDM was triggering. See if it's holding NNDM. And the answer is a little bit delayed this morning on these charts. Well, I don't know about that. 862 down. Well, it's not terrible. But there's NNDM. And it's not a low float. 184 million in the float. So now some a little more expensive ones. Oxy is on the move this morning. OXY. This is on the move this morning. This is a big area to try to take out, guys. Right here, look at this. $33 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. And I think that might be, yeah, man, if it takes that out. The next high in the monthly chart is about 34.60. But this is nice move, certainly for Oxy. And I think Devon is doing the same thing, Devon Energy. DVN. Something very similar. And yeah, big OPEC meeting today, yes. I'm hearing CTXR. When I'm saying that, I'm talking about the text to voice. So CTXR getting hammered down. Announces recommendation by independent data monitoring to continue. So when you look at that, look at this, guys. There's your headline. Announces positive recommendation. Yay! Phase 3 trial. Boom, down. Then I'll try to whisper, William. but that'd be a little too creepy. Yeah, Harry. I mean, I'm not, I'm not super tech at all, but I mean, because I'm looking at getting something, and I'm really, I mean, I'm steering towards that Ryzen chip. All right, guys, 9:15. So let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, we have a few upgrades, not as many downgrades. We have an upgrade for wow. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrade. No, sorry, only the downgrade. Excuse me, only the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. Not too many. Wow, look at meds just surging still. All right, guys, those are the upgrades. Those are the downgrades this morning. Now, I should tell you this. What was the one I took after hours yesterday? I think it was WTT. Let me just see if that was the one. I think it was WTT. Yeah. I actually took this one after hours yesterday. I have done more after hour trading this year than in, previous 20 years. Took this one after hours. No, that was not the one. That was not the one. It's another one that starts with a W. Gosh, I can't remember what it was. I have to look it up. But it was one of those ones, and it just had a huge after hours pop, and then it came right back down. It was about a $5 stock. I don't think it was W. No, it wasn't WNW. It was, I could have sworn it started with a W, but I might be wrong. I'd have to look it up. I mean, but it was amazing. And all I'm doing with these after hour plays, guys, is remember I was talking about POW yesterday, if you were in the room yesterday, and how I was looking maybe to swing this one, but only if it closed well. So look what happened with POW. I mean, it did not close well, for me anyway. First of all, I wanted it to close over 10, and it certainly didn't do that, and it kept drifting down. I was watching it after hours, and I just said, no, not interested. So the other one, I just can't remember what it was. Anyway, in fact, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Well, I hit the post. It wasn't a W. It was a V. VRPX. 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 Look what happened after hours. See, this is the one I took. So that's 4 o'clock right there. So this is after hours. And I got in right around just over 5, I think, and it just surged up to 6. and, and then it came right back down. And why I was looking at it is because look how well it closed. It was it was a pretty active one during the day. I also had our post-market channel up and running, and it just caught my eye. And and this is a 15-minute candle, so it gave me a chance to get in. It wasn't like this accelerated, a dollar in half a second. And so anyway, I took it, and I got out of it, of course. But what I try to do if I'm going to do something in after hours, I want the stock to have traded well during the day, closing near its high, and then just kind of watch in the first couple of minutes to see if there's any interest after hours. And if you start to see some interest, I'm not saying everybody should do that, but I'm just seeing more and more and more situations like that. I mean, we call it after hours, we call it the pre-market, we call it after hours, but what does that really mean anymore? I mean, what it used to mean was that, yeah, stocks would move, but in very low volume, and you had to be very, very, very careful. You still have to be super careful, don't get me wrong, but there was a ton of volume in this. Morning, Dev. So, Alex, again, I can't predict. Is there any chance that Blinn will hit 7? The answer is yes. Okay. Any chance? The answer is yes. Is that a prediction? No. I mean, it hit It hit 866 yesterday. But so don't take me wrong. You're asking me, is there any chance? Of course, there's a chance. There's a chance it could go down to 5. Guys, keep an eye on the CSLT. This is it's a big float, CSLT. Keep an eye on it. This is one we were watching yesterday. It really didn't move. I think it was in the option scanner. It had the pop, but it didn't really move once it popped up here. And again, why we're watching it is because look at the void and look left. It's got the room up to about the 320 mark, but it is a big float, so it's going to take something to move it. It may not do anything. It may just, it may be one of those that, when it gets up here in a few days, if it does, you're going to say, man, I wish I'd taken it. I'm not saying to take it, but it's just not dynamic enough for me right now. Okay, so Douglas, you're asking me, how does the after hours price affect the opening price? Do you sell before opening? Well, again, it will depend. I mean, that other one that I was talking about, there would have been a maybe. Let's take a look at it again. VRPX. The only way I would have held this is if it had not done this, of course. Okay. If it had remained up in this area and I'd taken some off, after being here, getting in around this area, and I'd taken some off and yet it sort of stabilized, there's a possibility I would have held it overnight. But the minute it started doing this, I said, no, I'm not interested. No, I mean, so there's no hard and fast rule. And again, I mean, I've done more after hours trading than I've done in the last little while than I've done probably in 10 years, but I'm not recommending it or anything, but it all depends on how it would close. So again, why would I even hold this though? Because again, you hear me say this all the time. I would be always looking left to see, okay, if I held this one, where could it keep going without encountering some resistance? So, at the price of $6 up here, okay, So when I was looking left, I'm going, okay, this has a shot to the 7 level if it had been able to hold the 6 level. Remember, this is after hours, so this is where it was after hours. And so I was just, why I took it in the first place is because when I looked left, I said, man, there's a ton of room. So it's not just because it was active after hours. It was because I looked left and I thought, okay, it has room to run still. Now let's take a look at the Oxy. Okay, was that the 8 o'clock? I mean, they have. Take a look at. Come on. Yeah, I mean, well, this is 8 o'clock, right? No, it's 9 o'clock. Could be interesting. I mean, it is, again, not scientific, but and it's I mean, it's about it's $1.50. It's $1.50 drop to those levels. We have noticed that some of these, even though they look like anomalies, and in a lot of charting programs, these tails don't show up for whatever reason. In our program, they do show up. We've noticed that quite a few times that the price eventually will gravitate to this. I'm not saying it's going to happen here. Now this is a little bit later. I mean, we see it a lot at 8 o'clock. I don't know. There will be some explanation. I'm just not aware of it. Some market mechanic thing that's happening at 8 o'clock every day, because we do see these tails quite a bit at 8 o'clock. But this is a little bit interesting here. So yeah, I'd be watching this to see if it starts to give it up and maybe start coming down to that area. All right, guys, I'm going to. Okay, here's one that's coming into my KYMR. So this looks like this was an IPO back here, KYMR. So this is starting to move, KYMR. And now so that's a price. So interesting. Okay, so investors don't care about this one in terms of the financing because it's $223 million they're raising at $47 a share. So investors are shrugging that off and saying, great, we're happy you're raising all that money, diluting our position somewhat, but they're happy they're raising the money. Because, again, typically investors don't like to see that because it dilutes their position. But in this particular case, they're saying, okay, we're glad you're raising the money. And it's above the 200-day moving average also, KYMR. Now the other meme stock, of course, has been Bed Bath & Beyond. So there's BBY. And it did get up to $39 yesterday. It had earnings yesterday, the 30th. All right, gonna get set for this open. Did NIO also beat on deliveries? I know XPEV did. XPEV had that news. I think about a 617% increase. There's a great way of using statistics. I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong, but it's 6,500 vehicles representing a 617% increase. And if I sold one vehicle last year and I sold 3 this year, yay, 300% increase. But anyway, they're using statistics so that it looks great. Did not discuss NIO. No, I mean, but NIO, XPEV, and LI usually. Yeah, so you're right, 112% for NIO in terms of delivery jump. XPEV was 300% or 600%. Let's take a look at LI. See if they're jumping also. And I don't see that they have released. All right, guys, we're going to take me by surprise today. 5, 4, 3, 2, we are now open for business, guys. Okay. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down just a little bit. Wow. I'm saying wow because really you're not getting too many alerts yet. What's the market doing? Market's up just a little bit. Tech is down a little bit. SPY is up a little bit. Then we have a halt. This is probably halted on the way down, my guess. Yeah, C-pop. Okay, so here is some work for somebody. Check the IPOs coming up, guys. And if you see a China one, I mean, I can do it, of course, but if you see a China one, let us know. Let us know how many shares and the price. I mean, we've got to follow the next one really closely. Because the C-pop caught me by surprise. I did not know, it was a China IPO. Well, a series, some say they do, some say they don't. I think the general statement is no, they don't. But some say they do work at IB, so I don't know. But if you ask most people, they would say they don't work pre-market. Stops don't work pre-market. Well, take your meds, guys. Wow. I mean, this is, again, low float. Why? Low float. How can it be up 113%? I mean, is the news good? Yeah, I mean, for the company, it's good, I guess, obviously. But the only reason it's not going to be up 113% is because it has such a low float. And now when you look left, I mean, I guess this looks like the all-time high right up here not a few days ago, but in June. No, I guess a few days ago. Less than a month ago. How's that? Yeah, so you probably have to pick. Okay, so in the simulator, so you're going to have to get out at pick a price S area. Okay. All right, just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. Keep an eye on the CUEN. CUEN. There's the high in the pre-market, 768. The high yesterday was 924. It's a low float, 4.8 million in the float. A nice move on the SPY already. First candle so far anyway. Well, we're only 3 minutes in. Excuse me, in that 15-minute candle. And guys, I'm waiting for the first option alert from the unusual abnormal option activity scanner. All right, guys, this is not shortable for me. Unfortunately, at Interactive Brokers, ATHE. This looks like, again, one of these little bios. They get some, like, you're always got to cheer for them, anything to do with Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, etc. But, reality is that, you put out a press release A lot of times this is exactly what happens. A lot of enthusiasm to begin with, but then once the market opens, the sell-off, just not shortable for me. Well, this looked like this got halted on the way down, but this is the C-pop, but it looks like it's going to open around 62. I'm seeing 62, 62 right now anyway. Now this one got hit hard yesterday. This is a GDYN, and so look at this, guys. Look at, I mean, this is making a great comeback so far. Look at the high yesterday. Just give me a moment here. And C-pop just opened. So look at the high yesterday, and the high was 1608, and we're at 1605. And look at the gap, potential gap to fill. Ah, I see. So this is, I think yesterday we knew there was a financing, but we didn't have the price, I think for most of the day anyway. But now we know the price, it's 1503. 1503 a share. So that is the financing price for GDYN. So that financing price has been shrugged off so far. It's early. It's early. But look at the volume coming in. GDYN. Seeing if there's any other news on that. So they're raising about $150 million. 10 million shares at 15. That's approximate. Now look at this. Look at this. Now this is shortable for me. So I'd be watching this to see, okay, a little flurry of excitement, but will it start to drift down to the financing price of 15? Doesn't have to, of course, but now, okay, so it got halted on the way down now. So it did have a little pop. And we have a couple of alerts from the AI, I see. Again, it's early. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That is by design. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Look at, wow. POW is just not following suit. I'll get interested again if it gets over 10, but it just doesn't have the same feel as the Smith & Wesson. I still have an alert set up here around 10:22 for POW. Okay, guys. Now, the same thing has happened yesterday, okay? Remember, so there's CTXR. It is showing up in the options scanner. Yes, it is, but it is down for the day. So I'm a little reluctant on it. Just like the one yesterday that we had, I think was the ALT. Give me a moment here. Meanwhile, rig. Look at rig, huge float, 580 million in the float. This was active yesterday, a little bit yesterday, or the day before more. And what do we have left? Looking left, 524 on that monthly chart. If you can somehow take that out, I mean, look at the $7 level. I mean, yeah, I mean, CTXR is going, guys. I'm just a little reluctant because it's down for the day. I mean, I have to make a decision, to put the filter in to prevent these ones from showing up. I mean, but this might be the one that just rips. Yeah, you see, look at this. I mean, it's. Remember, I was saying I was showing you the press release for it, and it said positive. That's the only thing. It's kind of weird, you know. Here's the press release that I showed this morning when we're doing our pre-market work. Positive recommendation, etc., by independent data. So there was a little pop, and then look at this. It got turfed. So all look good, and yet this is what happened, but it is recovering. And now we're getting some halts. Staff, somebody, you guys were talking about staff before, and MRIN just got halted also, so staff got halted. So lots of activity right off the bat. Somebody asked about Blink, BLNK. Well, I don't know. EVs are doing okay today with the China EVs anyway. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not doing too much. There's just some... Yeah, I mean, unless there's some news about it. I mean, obviously it's in the EV sector. If EV is a little bit of excitement today, I suppose, with NIO, LI, and XPAV. Is there news on rig? Now, I know there's a big oil meeting today. I don't know if it's already happened or not. Speaking of XPAV, lots of volume coming in. Okay, thank you, Ori. So it's already out. Okay. Oh no. Well, I just don't see the cross. Look at Marin, guys. MRIN. MRIN. I guess the cross... Yeah, I guess the cross was right there. I mean, hard to see it, but there was a cross right there for Marin. It's a little bit difficult to see. Right at 934. Wow. Whew. Look at Marin go, guys. MRIN. 2 minute. 2 minutes. These crosses, I don't keep teasing about this, but we're working on it. But there, you can just kind of see it right there. Wow. And it's halted. MRIN has been halted. And what did it get to a couple of days ago? Got all the way up to 19. And as usual, no news on it. I'm waiting for the Benzinga to say no news. But again, look at that, 9.2 million in the float. Okay, staff just opened, STAF just opened. Again, no news on it that I can see. Now, so you look left on this one, and it has room. Not saying it's getting there, but 464. That's the next high looking left. Well, it has to now take out today's high, and there's that stupid C pop just got halted, probably on the way down. I'm sorry, it resumed. It just resumed. Lots of halts resumes this morning already. All right, BGI. What are you doing, BGI? Let's see. Now it's a very low float also. Canadian, dual listed. Canadian company, jewelry company. Their news, we're starting finally opening up parts of our country. So Ontario now, they would have a big presence with Ontario stores. So they're opening up all their stores in Ontario. So that was the reason for the pop. Now, 37 to 38. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm going to go over this later on with the SWBI and the AI alert and the reentry. Man, this was our beautiful short from yesterday, a real SLS continuing down. Look at that, man. What a fantastic short. Had a huge pop on the pre-market and it dropped virtually all day long. Probably dropped about $8 from the pre-market. Yeah, the only thing I saw on the ATHE was that it was drifting down and there were no shorts available for me. That's the last time I looked at it. So it's kind of holding $2, but other than that, it hasn't dropped that much. 228 was the high, looks like the high. So it hasn't dropped a huge amount, but if I had a bias, it would be to short it, but there's just no shorts available for me. Now, I think I've lost my linking. Let me just see something here. No. Yeah, again, my bias would be a short, especially, but I just don't have shorts available for ATHE. Meanwhile, we have GBR running here. Somebody I know mentioned that one just a little bit. Another one of those ones that was just flying it looks like about a week and a half ago, all the way up to 941. Next high looking left is 754. Probably no specific reason. Yeah, just now, energy's in play today. I guess based on the OPEC meeting. Look at IFBD, guys. Remember this one from yesterday? Or was it the day before? Can't remember anymore. Marin, MRIN just got halted again. Wow. So this was the day before, 2 days ago. So a lot of these, this is kind of what they do. They have the huge days, maybe a rest, and maybe a resumption. Yeah, well, the thing with the Marin is it's almost at the 2 day ago high. Okay, give me a second here, guys. Something happened with my my music. Stupid serious. Where are you, Locutus? You're always here. You're amazing. How many years, Locutus, have you been in this room? All right, there's the CPOP. Wow, the CPOP is popping up now. And with the $65, looks like 6 years. Wow. One of the vets. Okay, guys, let's take a look at Oxy. Remember where somebody was mentioning Oxy with those bottoming tails? Let's take a look at Oxy and see what's happening. Come on. Look, starting to drift down towards it, guys. I'm looking at some of the other energy plays, and they're kind of doing the same thing. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to try to pay a little more attention to these. Right there. Was it right there? 492. Somebody asked about shorts available at IB for Blinn. No, not now anyway. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just conversing here. Well, they may be doing some. There's if the Reddit crew is up and running. I mean, they're certainly leaving now GME and AMC alone right now. But anyway, okay, guys, this is what I'm going to try to do today a little bit more because just talked to Michael, who's been looking after these crosses, this experimental cross scan. He said we'll get, like yesterday we only had one, literally just one, and he said they made some changes overnight, probably get some more, and so I'm going to try to pay attention to it. The issue is that there's no sound alert on it, so unless I stare at it, I'm going to miss them. But for instance, the MRIN came at $12. So how about that one? MRIN came right there at $12. Blend short came at 948. Again, I can't short it, but come on. Right there, see, it's 621 right there. There was the price. So anyway, I'm going to try to keep more of an eye on it today. So I apologize if I'm not going to call other things out. All right, guys. So I'm looking at the CTXR. I mean, it had a little pop, a little pop. I mean, I guess if you had taken it right at 3 or close to it, you know, it did get up to 320. I'm getting closer and closer just to putting that filter in so we don't see these ones that are down for the day in the option scanner. Yeah, so this is what a cross looks like. Okay, let's the BSQR was really evident. Okay, so actually the blend. Well, the BSQR not bad either, but look at the blend. I'm going to show you. Okay, on the 2-minute chart. So if you can see my 2-minute chart, that blue line there is the 20 SMA. And that orange line there is the 8 EMA. So the theory being that if the 8 EMA crosses below the 20 SMA, that could set up a potential short play. Okay, and the reverse. If the 8 EMA crossed above the 20 SMA, and it's hard to see on the MRIN. It's hard to see this on the MRIN, but it was right there at 934. There's the 8 EMA, there's the 20 SMA. It's hard to see it, but it crossed it. So that's the theory. It's a 20 SMA and 8 EMA. So it's not just an SMA. And why I'm concentrating on this is because we have an experimental scanner that you guys don't have access to that is giving me these crosses. Those ones that I just talked about. Well, but my issue though is, with every other alert window, I can put a sound alert on it so I know which window to look at. This one, because it's so experimental, there's no sound alert, so I kind of have to stare at it. That's why I missed those earlier. I missed them all. So I'm just trying to stare at it for a while. Well, there won't be the next one I get. I'm probably going to hop on it. I'll tell you guys about it. I don't like telling you guys about it, but I mean, it's only experimental. I mean, the crosses are real, of course. Whether you take the trades or not is another thing. But the crosses are definitely real. No, the average user cannot because we don't have EMAs. Number one, so that's the reason we don't. You can do it on the charts. We have EMAs on the charts, but we don't have SMA and we don't have EMAs. So that's the reason. So, Angela, there was a question: is what is Extreme Master Blaster, or what is each window in? Not really. I mean, what I would do is this, because some of them are obvious. Okay, if you right click on the window, okay, this is the best thing I would say to do. I'm sure it's blasting out on volume, but if you right click on the window, for instance, and then click on summary, and then take a look at the filters. That'll give you the big clue about what it's looking for, okay? I don't know Extreme Master Blaster off by heart. My guess is that it's something to do with a big volume increase, okay? So that's what I would do. Other than that, there is no, because Extreme Master Blaster, for instance, is something that one of the other traders put together. You can ask them, but that's what I would do. Just right click on the window, configure, and then summary. And take a look at the filters. The filters will give you the clue. And the reason why we can't unleash it yet is that even though it looks kind of the same as these windows, this cross, but it's different, completely different programming. Anyway. Is there a way to get the charts to show the flat candle when a stock halts? Not sure I know what you mean, Don. I mean, we have our halts resumes right here, so we know CPOP is halted. So I'm not sure exactly I know what you mean. One of the things, and if you listen to the Q&A yesterday, and I honestly don't know what they're going to look like, but they're working on the charts in the back, like diligently, to try to, our charting program. We all know. I mean, we all know. There was a real, until we had charts above, I don't know, 4 years ago. I mean, there was really no interest for the company to have charts at all, and so they begrudgingly added charts about 4 years ago. And of course, what they're trying to do is, okay, let's give them charts that look like a lot of, true charting program charts. Yeah, so whether that happens, I mean, they get a little H or something. I mean, I know some programs will have an H so that it's telling you it's halted. I mean, all I can say is, of course, I mean, if you have the halts resumes, you're going to know that its stock is halted. But if you're asking right now, there was no way. No, like right now, there was no way. No, no, G-Trade, it doesn't work like that. You can't input a stock into the AI and try to let it tell you what's going to happen. It's I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit, about 10 minutes from now, 10, 15 minutes from now. But that's like, you see, this is a scan I put together, right, called Basic New Highs and Lows. Ahead of time, we don't know what is going to show up on any given day, because there are filters in place. So it's the same thing with the AI. Here are the strategies that made the cut today, okay? For whatever reason, the optimization routine went on last night once the market closed, looked at the 65 strategies, went through the optimization routine. These are the strategies out of those 65 that made the cut. They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination. So it is just a strategy. So it makes the cut, but ahead of time has no idea what alerts you're going to get. And some will not get any alerts at all. Just because the strategy made the cut, maybe no stocks met all the filter requirements. So it's kind of the AI. I mean, the AI has the strategies, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So you cannot input a specific symbol. Sorry, long-winded, no. Can I trade? I didn't trade it, but the answer is yeah, no problem. I don't have shorts available, but I could trade it if I wanted to. Well, I mean, I haven't traded it. So, I mean, but I don't see why not. I see a bid and ask, so I don't see why not. Minute here, guys, as I pour the last vestiges of my coffee. It's the first day I've actually had hot coffee since the last 4 days. All right. Just looking, I just trying to keep an eye on this cross scan, guys. I mean, I'm going to be distracted a little bit. Look at staff. So staff's got the room. All right. So I just took some staff just to see there was no problem. Okay. I just wanted to see if I could take it. There was no problem. No, do I really want to take it? Not really, but I was intrigued. Didn't take very much, so no issue whatsoever. Yeah, that's the anomaly, isn't it, real? When you see these ones that move higher, significantly higher off of financing. We knew there was a financing yesterday. I don't think they had announced a price. I think they were talking we're at the market and all this stuff. And this morning it comes out. At least I don't think that was released yesterday at all. the financing price. But this morning it's 1503. So, you know, it's $2 off the financing price. All right, so ATHE, is it running? Okay, I mean, listen. Yeah, it's starting to run. So there is the pre-market high. So I may be wrong. One thing about it, you know, anything now with Alzheimer's, wow, there it goes. Okay, Alzheimer's, or, you know, it's going to have a lot of, you know, people are going to keep an eye on it. I mean, even if they were able to develop something, it's years and years and years off. But so when you look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 248. All right, guys. Okay, meds had a big pullback. MEDS had a big pullback. But it looks like maybe the pullback is over. There's a 3-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. Maybe it's over. Let's see if it gets over 8. What did it hit in the pre-market? Hit 958 or so in the pre-market. 955 in the pre-market. So keep an eye on this one if it breaks over 8 on some volume. And that is the MEDS. All right, guys. If you guys won't do it for me, I really have to check to see what the next China IPO is and the pricing of it. I mean, this is so nonsensical, but it is what it is, as the phrase of the not of the day, but of the last 10 years, it seems. Look at this. I mean, understand, this IPO was priced at $6. CPOP. Opened at 12. Hit 78 today. This is yesterday, guys. This is a yesterday IPO if you're unfamiliar with it. Krispy Kreme is today, but it's not going to do the same thing. Krispy Kreme is today. DNUT, I believe, is the symbol. I've already got it price alerted, so when it happens, this is what I mean. Take a look at my price alerts. Where are you? Here we are. There we are, DNUT right there. Okay, so I've got my price alert set at $1. Obviously, it's going to open over $1. So when it opens, this is my price alert window is going to pop up on my screen, so I won't miss it. We looked at it in the morning, WNW, pre-market. All right, guys. So only one from the option scanner so far today. So it's a little bit light on the action. And as somewhat predicted, I didn't think the CTXR would do much, just because it's down for the day. All right. Well, I know Zach is looking at this GDYN, excuse me, GDYN, and this is shortable for me anyway at IB. So it's not too far off the highs right now. Only issue might be that bottoming tail. Sellers tried like heck to knock it down. Sellers did take it up. Are they still in control? Well, that's the issue. Are the sellers still in control after that big bottoming tail? Guys, keep an eye on this GDYN. I mean, it's just holding at that 1691.94 bid ask. And if we get a big capitulation, I mean, this, the next area could be the 16 if it falls. I mean, there's some support right there. I mean, it's very strong off the financing at 1503. All right, I'm going to have to stick, I don't want to keep staring at it, so I'm going to put a price alert around 1681 on it and see if it takes that out. Yeah, I mean, listen, it could, I mean, there is the gap up there. I mean, 1827. We could go either way. It's just a little interesting that it's so strong off that 1503 financing. So Meds took out 8. So guys, I'm going to be very distracted. I'm trying to keep an eye on that cross scanner. Well, I'm glad I didn't hold on to my little experimental buy on the staff. Well, I don't know about, let's see, MOXC was super alive yesterday. Yeah, I mean, there's the high yesterday, so it's almost there. The next high looking left is 25. After that, 26. Of course, this was definitely a Reddit stock. All right, well, okay, guys, so this is not dropped yet. This is GDYN. Not even close. This is still surging here, GDYN. So that is a typical reaction. You get the bottoming tail, and you just had to wait and see. I'm still interested in a short on this, but obviously not quite yet. I'm going to see if it takes out 17 later. Give me a price alert right around 1698. AT, okay. Let me put a price alert on it. $1, so I'll know when it happens. 19 million shares. What's the price? What's the IPO price? Yeah, it's a little, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, it's a little expensive, but I was looking for the ones that are around $4 or $5 with about 4 or 5 million shares. But you never know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see when it opens. The other one is to like who's behind it. Sometimes if it's a big name is behind it, you may not. Okay, for instance, I'm going to quickly take a look at. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I am short this GDYN. If it hits 17, I'm out. I'm going to test this, see if if it hits 17, I'm out. I'll take a small loss on it if that happens. I'm just having to watch it right now. Yeah, so if you look at CPOP, I bet you won't even recognize who's behind it. I'm sure there's no big name behind CPOP. I may be wrong. Okay, guys, I just have to keep watching this GDYN. I see another cross here, BLIN at 1020. Might want to check that out. I can't leave my GDYN just in case it does something crazy on me. So I have to keep an eye on it. Okay, come on down. Okay, guys. Again, I just have to keep watching this GDYN. I just don't want it to pop up on me. And I'm in at 1694, so should be okay. I had such a tight stop on it. Okay, I'm going to just quickly look at Blinn. $25.96. Yeah, there's the cross. I just there's the cross right there at 596. I'm sorry, not 5. Yeah, 596 right there. Even though I said I was going to keep an eye, I just couldn't do it. Okay, well, of course, I was in that. So I've covered some of that GDYN. I don't trust it, that it's going to collapse. I just have to keep watching it. Yeah, so this is something special just for me, G-Trade. Now, in the upcoming, they keep talking. Well, they keep talking. When I Development says that they're, really revamping the charts. You'll be able to do shading and things like that. And I'm sure you'll be able to do something with the font, increase it, change colors, etc. Right now, this is only available for me. Just so you guys can see the charts that I'm displaying better right now. Yeah, thank you, Real. So right now you have no control over that. All right, guys. So I'm out of the GDYN. I might get back in it if it's back into the 80s, but I'm out of it. Quick little scalp. 1694, 1681 on average. So nothing fantastic. And it is past 1020. All right, guys. It is now 10:28. So this is the time where I make the big announcement. The big announcement being, welcome to the room if you're new. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And we do have a promo on for July the 4th. All right, so let me just get that into our YouTube room also. Give me a moment here. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just a little internal discussion taking place. So here is the promo code, guys. Okay, so there is the promo code for July 4th. Happy 4th, okay, all in caps for the numeric 4. 25% off. So if you click on my homepage, click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And obviously do not use that promo code, use Happy 4th for 25% off, okay? This is how much Trade Ideas costs. All right, so we have 4 plans. See what the fonts have changed a little bit. 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, and standard. We're getting some wows here. I'm hearing wow. What is wowing? This is my sound alert. Ooh, NEG. Now, Be careful on this one. It's a very low float, 3 million in the float. And here's another one that's down for the day. So be careful on it. I mean, this has the ability to do something crazy, I guess, but I'd be very careful with it. I may put the requirement that the stock has to be up for the day in that option scanner. Anyway, I digress. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, standard. All right. So if you take out the premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 25%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That is a normal there are some other differences, but that's a normal reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want, you can go monthly. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply that 25% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription afterwards, this is what you'll pay. Now, if within 30 days though, say you take out a standard monthly and within 30 days you say, you know what, I want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. So if you're new to Trade Ideas, I mean, if you don't know this product at all, please don't start off with an annual subscription. Just try us out. Standard, $118, less than 25%. If you don't like it, you just let us know before the next month, because it will be an auto renewal. Just let us know before 30 days and say, you know what, it's not for me. That's fine. We'll just unsubscribe you, okay? More information on my homepage, the Trade of the Week. There was not one this week. Steve, who is the originator of it, he was on vacation this week, but he'll be back next week. So there will be a Trade of the Week next week. Stock of the Day video, I do one around noon Eastern time every day. These are all free. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click here, here's my layout. This is the layout that you see, plus individual scans that you can take a look at, including the moving higher with unusually strong options. Big education section is here. So here are the 20 lessons. Okay, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really strongly encourage that you take a look at this. Top list, building them, alert windows, creating them, etc. All the way down, to Brokerage Plus, the AI, back testing, price alerts, etc. So all of the basic features are explained. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can take a look at this also, just so you can get a feel for what some of the basic features we have to offer are. Daily support session. So today is Thursday. So Thursday, that means today should be Jamie in the YouTube room. I take a break at around noon. And so he'll take over in YouTube between 12 and 1. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. Here's the free trading room. This is this one that you're in right here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all here. Educational videos. Start Trade Ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. All right. And then back to basics. If you are brand new to trading, what is a stock? I mean, it literally starts off with what is a stock? So I gloss over a lot of this, guys. The reason being is that there's a lot to digest. What my recommendation is, just save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at, these two sections here with have a lot of information. You can take a look at them whenever you want. Okay, so just save the link. Well, the meme stock right now, if you know who WSB is, right, Goods? I mean that's in essence what the meme stocks are. I mean there are more than just the WSB stocks, but I mean typically when we talk about the meme stocks, that's what we're talking about. The WSB forum within Reddit, the guys who got all over GameStop, GME, and AMC, etc. Okay, Art, when you say your video is not working, You're talking about you. So, what do you mean by the video? You mean you can't see my screen, or can you hear me? Number one, can you hear me? Okay, so when you say no scans, you mean you cannot see my screen? Is that what you mean? Okay, so a couple of things. I don't know maybe we might have to change browsers. There is a refresh. You can't see, but in the trading room you're in, there's a gear. Sorry, if I look beside the gear, there's a refresh icon. I don't know if you've tried to do that. That might work. You might have to change browsers. I don't know what browser you're using. The developer of the room recommends Chrome as the browser, but if you're using Chrome and it's not working, you might have to try another browser. Otherwise, I don't know how I can help you. It's sometimes it's really tough. There's so many different permutations, combinations of computer settings out there. For 99.9% of our subscribers, they can see my screen. So I don't know why you can't, but you might want to just try a different browser. Try the refresh. Okay? The other thing you can try is you can go to our YouTube room. It's basically the same. You can hear me. They can see my screen. Just not as much action, okay? There's way more traders in what I call the main trading room. But if that doesn't, so if nothing works, you can always go to YouTube. Make sure you mute, get out of this room, because you don't want to have you don't want to have two audios going at the same time, because there's a bit of a delay. Okay. Or it's not quite the same. It's not quite in sync. So you know how to get to. If you don't know how to get to the YouTube room, I'll just pop that in here. Stopped working a month ago. Well, did you try another browser? Try another browser. Try Firefox. Try another browser if you want to stay in this room. It's probably going to work if you go to YouTube, but if you want to stay in this room, excuse me, where there's more action, then you might just want to try another browser. See if that helps. SRNE. I know you guys were talking about SRNE before. Wow, I'm glad I got out of that GDYN short. Very interesting action on this. Very interesting. It's whoever's in this company and current subscribers. I guess I love the fact that they're raising all this money, even if it's at $15, diluting their positions a little bit. But I guess they don't mind it all. All right, so again, if you're new to this, wondering what you're looking at, TradeIdeas, we're a scanner, scan the US stock market. So this is an example of a scanner. I call it basic new highs and lows. If I right click on configure, and click on the summary, this tells me what I'm looking for. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal, what it would normally be doing this time of day. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. I don't have to go over all the filters, just sort of outlining the concept. You start off with filters, and then you put an alert in. So what I'm looking for in this particular scan, if stocks meet these filter requirements and they make either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these stocks here. Okay, they met the filter requirements. Well, they met the criteria. Okay. Now, the good news. Take a look at ATHA. Wow, it did. Yeah, it went. I mean, 218, and I haven't had a chance to look at anything from my watch list, but yeah, so I was wrong. I mean, if I had had shorts available, well, I wouldn't have been killed because I would have had a stop, of course, but I would have more predicted this was going to drop. But anyway. So, one of the good things, guys, is that you do not have to learn a programming language. This is what we did. We said, okay, because most people don't have the time nor the inclination. I won't say the smarts, but seriously, I don't want to, I mean, I used to have TradeStation a long time ago, brilliant programming language. Even though I could have done it, but I just didn't have the inclination to do it. So what we did is we said, listen, let's create enough alerts and enough filters that for the absolute vast majority of our customers, with all the alerts and filters that we have, they can combine them to give them the type of scan that they're looking for. So no programming language to learn. And if you're starting out, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You can actually, as I said before, you can take a look at all the scans that I've got. Again, right here in this scan section. Here are all the scans that I've created. I mean, there might be something that you want to take a look at. Here's my layout. So you don't even have to know how to create anything at the very beginning. I mean, ultimately, for instance, here, if you wanted my basic new highs and lows, you like the concept of it, but when you look at it and you say, well, I don't like that price range, that's okay. Just change the price range. If you don't want 1 and 20, you want 10 and 60, just change it. You want a different volume, just change it. And then when you change it, you just say okay, and then make sure you save everything so that changes are saved. But so these are the templates that I like, but just because this is what I want to see, it may not be exactly what you want to see. And the other thing that we've done is that we have a lot in our channel bar. We have a lot of themed channels. These are all layouts also. You don't have to know how they were created. They're all themed channels. Now, I'm going to say this right now. I'm hoping for the build. I know the build was kind of released last night. Those of you who are in the Q&A for docking. Okay, I'm going to show you what the docking looks like. I think it'll be on our website maybe later on today. I don't have the link for it. Okay, so please don't ask me. But for those of you who were in the Q&A last night, you know that docking was released. And this is what docking will look like. So here are all the channels. Now, why docking is so cool is because typically before, if you wanted to load one of these channels, I'm going to go to stock surging. If you wanted to load one of these channels, your layout that you had would disappear. Because you could only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, that's a thing of the past with docking. So you can have your layout remain, and you can cycle through the channels, take a look at the different channels. I always like to take a look at this one. This seems to be a pretty popular one as just something to take a look to see how what the overall market is doing. Just give me a moment here. I got to find it. Sector status. So these are the major, like XLP, XLI. These are the major sectors making up the spiders. So these are the major ones. Here's our technology. So you can sort of see what's happening in the individual sectors, what's hot, what's not. So right now you see energy, I guess based on what happened with OPEC. Every single stock that makes up XLE is up for the day. Every single stock. Not one is down. How do I know? It says 100%. Okay, if I go right to the bottom, the worst one is up 0.3%. Okay, so energy. So if you're, if you're wondering, oh, I wonder what sector I should be concentrating on today, or if I'm looking at a particular stock and it happens, it may not be one of these stocks that make up the XLE, but it might be an energy play. You might say to yourself, well, okay, energy's hot, so odds are in my favor. If I take an energy stock that's come up on a scan, it probably could be good today. As opposed to, there's nothing, I'm just looking to see if there's anything really down. The market is, Dow's up, tech is up a little bit, but tech is iffy. 58% are up, 41% down. What I wanted to see if there's any sector that is really, really down. Nothing is really down today. But had there been one that was really down, almost 100% or 99% of the stocks or 80% of the stocks down, and you wanted to go long in that sector, not necessarily one of the stocks making up the sector, you might have to sort of pause a bit, say, I'm going against the sector. Why would I do that? Okay, so, well, David, I've got a couple. If you go to my homepage, I've got one that's called Momo up. I've got one Momo down, but we also have a momentum channel. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Here's the momentum channel right here. Okay, so the Extreme Master Blaster was a multi-strategy window, not a top list window. So, it's got why aren't they showing up? But usually it's looking for volume. Well, it's also here. It's not in the the Traders Vault. I'm not sure how that's going to last. So what we're doing, guys, is revamping all of the channels. We're going to get rid of some that aren't used, like some are not used very much. Some have overlapping. So it's crazy to have 4 different channels, different names, and essentially showing the same thing. Now, don't worry. If we get rid of your favorite channel, it's going to be archived. Okay. Well, it depends what you're looking for, David. This is what I'm sharing, my momentum up. Depends what you're looking for. That's it. That's in my home page. If you go to the scan section, you might want to take a look at it. You can always revise it a bit. It's what I've got. Just take a look at the filters that I'm using. Price range. So here's my homepage link. So go to the scan section, and again, one of it's called momentum up. Take a look at BBGI showing up here. A bit of a lag here. So look at this. That's momentum, but it started right here at 322, and maybe earlier, because remember, I'm only going to get the ones when I loaded this at 1047. BBGI could have been showing up earlier, but it's when I loaded it. So anyway, that is docking, guys. So pretty sure it's going to be on the website today at some point. Well, the only difference, David, will be this, okay? I added this. That's the only difference that you should see. This is just a similar. Other than that, everything should be the same in terms of my layout. Well, I just went to I just went to the momentum channel, and that was there. The only difference, David, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. The only difference should be this window right there. The repeating went all the way down. I just added this, but everything else should be the same. All in a single stock, all the charts that I'm using, certainly the basic new highs and lows, etc. But I wouldn't get too hung up. If it's not exact, remember, this is a template, okay? just kind of a template. You can always adjust things to your style of trading. So I'm off my spiel, guys. So generally, I told you what Trade Ideas is all about. You can, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, okay? Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. But I really want to hammer the point home. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We're not a broker. Now, I want to go over the AI a little bit. AI's so far, everything is down, but you never know. Things can turn around. So this is what the AI looks like. You have an entry time, an entry price, a stop price. How you manage these alerts will be up to you. Okay, these are real time. You don't have to get in right at the penny. When you get the alert, you might want to. I never do. Plus I have a certain price range that I like. Under $20, but that's just me. But this is what I would do. See, it's called Strategy Trades All. So if you click on our toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is the window that you'll see. Okay. That's all I would do. I would not worry about whether it's Holy Grail. I know we get a question a lot. What is Holy Grail? What is Holy Neil? What is Holy 2.0? What are the differences? I don't want to be flip about it, but who cares? All you should really care about is give me the alerts. And I wouldn't even care about what strategies they're coming from. All I would care about is give me the alerts, and then then I'll figure out a way to trade them. There's no video on how to trade the AI. Now, I can show you something else, which I just had discovered yesterday. Let me just get the link. You want a little more detailed information about the AI, but it's not going to tell you how to trade the AI, because everybody, it's used in different ways. So this is a guide now to the AI. I'm just going to pop that in here. Is that right? Hopefully that works. You guys click on that link, and is this what you're seeing? I know it's a little bit scary. Okay, but this is the Trade Ideas user guide. Can somebody, okay, but that's what you see, right? Okay. Yeah, kind of creepy. Scroll down. Okay, so here you go. There is something that says how to use AI. I haven't even looked at that, but everybody uses it in a very, very different way. So there's no right or wrong way. Okay, guys, so now I just want to go over this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Okay, so please listen very closely, okay? This is a feature that we've got. First of all, it's only accessible if you have our application, downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now, if you have a Mac, there are ways in which you can use this, but you have to be prepared to use an emulation program like Parallels, or a cloud service like AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that, okay? So, what do you mean, what page am I on, David? I'm just, if you can see my screen, I'm just going over the Brokerage Plus. So again, Brokerage Plus, again, it's a feature, not mandatory to use it. And why I keep emphasizing that, because people get the wrong idea. No, I'm not on my channel. No. This is my layout. This is a layout. My channel is only these three windows. we try to keep the things in the channel very brief, okay? Don't want to overwhelm people, but this is the layout. So if you go to my homepage link, you'll see my layout. Okay, go to the scan section. You know, so if you go to my homepage and then click on and then go to the scan section, right at the very top it says Barry's layout. That's this layout that I'm displaying. Okay, so this is Brokers Plus, all right? If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. So that link I put in here, Brokers Plus, it has 2 videos. The first video shows you how you connect to either your IB account or your E-Trade account. And the second video, it's about 27 minutes long, and it's a more detailed, how you can get a little more advanced, how you can set up things like one-click trading, things like this. I don't go over it at all in here, okay? It's an advanced topic. If that's what you want to do, watch the video, 26 minutes long, well worth it. Goes over virtually all aspects of using this window called Brokers Plus to trade your account. If you have an IB account or E-Trade account. Well, you can use IB in the UK. The only one we're really looking at, but I have no idea. I mean, we'd like to expand it to every single broker out there. It's just not easy. You know, we thought we'd have TD Ameritrade, TDA by now, but there's all a screwy situation with their data and all that, so we just have not been able to do it. But as far as a specific UK broker, I would say, I never want to say never, but I mean, I doubt it. How's that? I mean, it's very involved, so more than likely no, but I mean, if I were you, I'd use IB if that's what you want. Yeah, spread betting, yeah, it's not available, you see, in North America, so. Now, the other huge reason to use this is for the simulation, okay? And I say it every day, and I'll say it every day. If you are new to trading, do not use real money to trade until you've practiced. You can use our simulator, Paper Trader, whatever you want to call it. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. And practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, okay? You've got to practice. Now I can use our simulator, as I say. You notice what happens when I click on a symbol, the symbol shows up. And if you practice trading, and eventually, by practicing, you can make money in a simulator, okay, and maybe you'll be ready for the next step, using your real account. Now, there's no guarantee that if you can make money in a simulator, that you'll make money in your real account, because when you start trading with real money, emotions come into it. You'll see your real P&L going up and down, and emotions really come into it. It's not so emotional when it's just play money. But I will say this, if you can't make money in the simulator, do not try to trade with your real account. Okay? And also, again, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's no guarantee you'll make money. I'm not trying to dissuade people from trading at all, but just trying to be real about it, okay? So let's just show you how this works. So let's say I wanted to trade ATHI. I don't want to take it now, though. I want to see if it pulls back to 230. I want to take it right here. So I can pick how many shares I want. And I'll just type 230 in both boxes. Click the buy button. And a big, nice dark blue line should appear on the chart. There we go. Okay, there's that big dark blue line appears on the chart. So if ATHA pulls back to that level, 230, okay, right down to there, it'll take the trade. Okay, Michael, I have got to delete that post. You cannot say things like Axis is going much higher, okay? It may, okay, but you can't, we cannot make statements like that. You know that in this room. We cannot make statements like that in this room. It may go higher. I hope it goes higher for you. I know you're in it. Okay, but we cannot make statements like this is going much higher. Well, we have too many, people who are new to trading look at that statement and say, okay, I'm going to, take a whack of this, and because this guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about, and it may in fact go higher. But if it doesn't, you're nowhere to be seen. You're not going to refund people. So, we just have to be careful in this. Not be careful in the room. I just don't allow it. I have very few rules in the room. In terms, I'm not trying to be overbearing or anything, but I mean, we just have to. We're not that sort of a room. To the moon. It's going to do this, in my opinion, exactly. This is why, lay it out, in my opinion, this could happen. That's fine. Okay, so that's how you do that on a pullback, okay? Just wanted to show you because a lot of people like to trade pullbacks, and just wanted to show you how you can do something like that. Now, let's take a trade though right now, because now we're going to talk a little bit about money management and placing stops. Let me take a look at Blend. Okay, sorry, distracted just for a bit here. Okay, there's CNET. Okay, so let's take a look at CNET because this came in the option scanner. Now the issue I've got with it may stall right here, right? I mean, you look left on that daily chart. There it is. It may stall right there. It almost got up there. It got up to 234, and the high right there is 240. But for the purposes of demonstrating, the concept of stops and all of that, I'll take this trade, okay, in the simulator. The spread is a penny, so I can do that right at the market. I'm going to buy CNET right at the market because the spread is only a penny. So I took the trade at 223. I'm going to put a stop at 203, and I'll explain why. Not because that is where the stop should be, but again, just like to make the math easy. Look at GDYN now showing up in the options scanner. Okay, so when you get into trading, unfortunately not every trade is going to work. So this is the only thing, I don't teach trading so much, but the only thing we really try to preach in the room is money management, okay? So if you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out if the trade isn't working for you. Not every trade is going to work. So that's where the practice comes in, because you might be saying, okay, I sort of get the idea that I should get out, but what would that price be? Well, that's, when you start, looking at lots and lots of charts, and then how I do it, I like to size up what I see on a chart. If I see what I consider a support area, support meaning like a lot of action at a certain price, so that if it broke down through that price, I should be out of the trade. Now, I put this down here just to make the math easy, okay? So once you get your head around the concept of, okay, figuring out where you should put a stop, where you should get out of the trade if it's not working, the next thing is, okay, well, how many shares should I take? How many shares you take should be, in my opinion, be based on, well, okay, if the trade works against me, how much am I actually willing to risk on the trade, dollar-wise? If you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular case, I said, okay, I will risk $100 on this trade. So how did I come up with 500 shares? Because if I take the entry, 223, and I take the stop, 203, the difference is 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. So I just tried to make the math easy. Obviously then, your share size will vary depending on the difference between your entry and your stop. Okay? So those are the two concepts. Finding a price where you should be out of the trade, and then share sizing according to how much you're willing to actually risk on the trade. The next huge aspect, though, is now obeying your stop, because a lot of times you'll get into a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. You just refuse to believe that it's not working, even though it's staring at you as the price is going down. Because you think, man, I mean, was a great setup. Everybody in the trading room is talking about it. I saw the press release. It looks awesome. How can it not be working? So obviously what I've done is I've placed an incorrect stop. So you start moving your stop down, you move it down, you move it down. Price keeps creeping down to your new stops. So you see where I'm going with this. Your $100 manageable loss now starts turning into 200, 300, 400, whatever that number is, until you finally give up and you sell for a way bigger loss than you wanted to. So how to counteract that? Leave your stop in. Okay, takes all the emotion out of trading. And it just takes you out of the trade. Okay? Now, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, no problem, because obviously you can't use our charts to do this. Your broker will have a similar way to put in some kind of a stop. Okay? But cannot emphasize more, the concept of money management. You want to survive, to trade, become it depends what your goals are. If you've got a full-time job and you're just doing this as a sideline, you still have to have a stop. But if you want to trade for a living, man, you've really got to have money management skills. Okay? All right. So let's see what happened with the GDYN. Yeah, you know what? I mean, the interesting thing is that the spread is not bad. It's only a penny right now. I mean, it has room, like Real was talking about the fibs. I mean, you don't even, well, in my opinion, even if you didn't know anything about fibs, excuse me, and we're not talking about lies, is you just have to look here. 1829 is the next high looking left. That could be an area where it could stall, as an example. I think Real mentioned a fib of a little higher than that. So again, with a CNET, I wanted more room. I wanted way more room than on that higher time frames. That's why it was a little bit sketchy about it, even though it's coming in the option scanner. When you see something in the option scanner, it doesn't mean, just pile into it necessarily. You always want to, for me anyway, you always want to look left on the higher time frames. How much further could it go before it hits the next high when you look left on the different time frames? All right, Cameco just got halted. CCJ just got halted. And this is a news halt, guys. So this is a big uranium play in Canada. All right, I have to put an alert on this one. This GDYN, right around 1786. I mean, the spread's pretty good. Only 3 cents, 2 cents. Well, in JJ, in the case of CCGA, it's halted because of news. So I mean, we don't know what the news is yet. But typically stocks get halted. Usually they're volatility halts. Stock goes up too much in a certain period of time, it gets halted. It's kind of a rest for 5 minutes. But in this particular case, it says this is a news halt right there because of news. So just have to wait for the news. VR, is that a China stock? VRAR, is that a China IPO? Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, okay. Wow. You're well, okay, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on this one for sure. Yeah, 1.75 million and the IPO at 7. So there's very, very few shares. Now listen, guys, this is super, I'll use a stupid term, but super duper risky, okay? E.F. Hutton, formerly Kingswood. Where is it out of though? The Glimpse Group. Where the heck are they out of? I can't see what country it's out of. Oh, New York. Okay, so it isn't. So I mean, look. I mean, anything can happen here. I guess I'm going to have to stick an alert at the high here. That's an insanely low number of shares. It's almost like why are they doing this? But they're only raising $12 million. But yeah, keep an eye on this. Takes out that high. I mean, it could do something really, really crazy. I wish it were China for some reason, but I don't mind. And the last little bit. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'm just. See if that takes out 18, the GDYN. Okay, let's go. Taking starter position. Let's see if it keeps going. Yeah, no, it's gone. It's gone. The heat wave is. I mean, it's hot, but it's not. No, it's not insane anymore. So there's an interesting. I haven't done that for a while. I went short GDYN earlier, and now I've gone long. And let's see. Just waiting to see if it can take out that 18 now. Come on, take it out. All right, guys. Is there any way to make the horizontal volume bar against the price axis? No. Okay. We've got a little wow going now for the GDYN. I say wow because this is the sound alert I've got on this. Oh yeah, tank. It was not fun at all, but I had the break yesterday. And we have another halt. Wave just got halted. Wave did not get halted. This is an IPO that just launched right now, guys. Wave just launched. And one of the interesting things is Wave. If it's an IPO, a lot of times it's going to show up as a resumed. Did it get halted also? I don't see the halt in Wave. Oh, it just got halted. Yes, it just got halted on the way down. When you say a foreign fee, what do you mean by that, William? You're not talking about shorting it. Or you're talking about buying it. All right, guys, this GDYN not doing what I want it to do, so I am out. A little loss on that one. Okay, what I have to do with that one then is just put another alert around 18, see if it takes it out. But yeah, a little loss on that. It's still a little too erratic for me. Okay, in fact, let me do that right now. Put the alert GDYN. And see if it takes out 18 later on. Yeah, I know. But I was just late this morning. You know, this of course there was the move. You know, but I mean, what am I supposed to do now? Take it now? I can't. I mean, I can see it. Well, $2 looks like it'll stall it. I know, and I know I could have taken it up here, 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 here. I just had a tough time. I was all set to short it right about there, and then it just zipped down here, and I thought, you know what? I just can't chase it. All right, PLSE. I know you guys have been talking about this one. So we got some topping tails here. This is shortable too. These two top. I know you guys have been talking about this. Two big topping tails. Might be too late though for me. Though I mean, look at these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, what does that mean? Buyers had it up here, almost to the same, right to the penny, almost. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers try again. Sellers. Well, it's hard to say right now. It's hard to know exactly if the sellers are in control. I mean, they look like they are with these topping tails, but you have to wait for this candle. 11:22. So this still has 13 minutes, a little less than 13 minutes to close. What you want to see is for this to, maybe settle down, and then the next bar red. Look out. Nile short. You guys are talking about Nile after the good news this morning. Why is Nile going down? Wow. No kidding. How's XPAV doing? All right, so, and I'm sure LI is doing the same thing, so they're all probably drifting down, even though XPAV and NIO, their news releases, still positive, but their press releases this morning said that they had increasing sales. Guys, you heard me talking about stops and all of that sort of stuff. The importance of having a stop. I didn't allow myself to get stubborn and say, well, this trade has got to work. I had a small, a very manageable little loss on GDYN, which would be expanding as I speak. And what did I say? I said, okay, listen, it might set up again. I'll put an alert around 18. If it got up there again and I like the pattern, I could always get back in. So, you just take a small loss and move on. So VRAR does not look like it's going to do the same sort of thing that CPOP did yesterday. Because CPOP popped immediately and kept going. I think you meant PSLE, right? Not PLSR. I think you meant that. Excuse me. This one has been ringing in my ear all day long. ALGS. Didn't see that in the pre-market. Really didn't have that much action in the pre-market. Actually, I'm wrong. Maybe the volume just wasn't huge. But look at this ALGS. Yikes. And the original alert on it was 1730. So if you're wondering what the difference between this window, where it says basic new highs and lows, and this is basic new highs don't repeat, basic new lows don't repeat, I mean, somewhat obvious, except that don't repeat. So why I like having don't repeat is this tells me the very first time I had the alert. So that's why I was saying, okay, ALGS is alerting me over and over and over again. Where was the first alert? It was at 9:43, and the price was 17.30. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, what did it do from there? Obviously, pretty darn good. Okay, Pulse had a big pop-up actually now, so see if that gives us a better short opportunity. I've traded this one in the past, that's right. 12 million in the float, it can be all over the place. So you gotta be careful on this one. $22 stock with a $12 million float, you know, you just gotta be careful. It can get kind of spready. HT, when you say what is my math? It's not my math, it's just what our provider gives us. So here's a single stock window, so it's telling me the float is 12.6 million. So it's not my math. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean. Okay, another downturn now for PLSE. PLSE. Now, if you're asking me what I think a low float is, for me personally, anything under 20 million is a low float. That's me personally. Is that actually what you meant? Okay. Give me a moment, please. 11:30, guys. Okay, I'm just keeping an eye on a couple of things here. Ugh. You just got to be really careful on this PLSE. I mean, the spread goes crazy. Well, okay, HT. So a low float stock. I mean, 12 million is very low. Okay, and it's pretty high price, $22. A lot of times when you see these low float situations, they are going to be, $3, $4, or $5 stocks. Okay, and but when you get a $22 stock, then the spread, the difference in the bid and ask can really go crazy. And so that's why you have to be very careful with any low float situation. But I find with the higher price ones, you have to be even more careful. That's all, if that makes sense. Because I mean, look how whippy it is. I mean, that stock was down to 23, 22, and almost in a heartbeat, it's right back up to 23. So you just have to be very careful. Doesn't mean a low price one won't be whippy, but it's just that's what I find though. I mean, a higher price stock that has a very low float, I mean, it can jump all over the place. The other clue is when you look at the bid and the ask. I mean, right now it's not terrible. It's only 10 cents, but it can widen to 30, 40 cents. Right now it's back up to 22 cents, 23 cents. I mean, so you got to be careful. That is my opinion. Yes, HT. Yes. All right, guys. Well, it did fine. Yeah, man, I mean, that's it capitulated. Okay, you wonder what I was doing in the background. I mean, you probably have an idea, but I mean, it wasn't fun, but it's turning into a little bit more fun now. And that's the PLSE. Thank you for that one, real. But I've traded some out. I mean, that you just got to be really, really, really careful on something like that, and not take as many shares. Quite frankly. Whew. But now we're in capitulation here. 21.60. Well, I can't remember what Rio said was the fib on this one, but not easy. I mean, not easy. I mean, look at the jump on the 15-minute. It looks awesome now. All right, guys, it's 11:35. So what I want to do is check to see who's in the YouTube room today. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie. I just want to make sure. Whew, okay. Yeah. Oh, now, yeah, it's way better now. spread is still a bit of an issue, but at least it's going in the right direction. That was, I don't know where you got in real, but that was a little nerve wracking. It only lasted not that long. Okay, let me just see. I'm just checking to see if it is Jamie in the room. Okay, guys, so just so you know, you don't have to make the same change, but I'm going to make the change here in the option scanner. I won't make it now, but when the market closes, I'm going to make the change, and I'm going to add a filter. Okay, and I'm going to add the change from the close. Just has to be at least positive. Doesn't have to be big. Just has to be at least positive. I don't want to see the ones that are down for the day. Just so you know. You don't have to do it. All right, guys, now take a look at Entra. This is the next one from the option scanner. Now, take a look left. What do we see? 893 is the next high looking left, or is it? Yeah, 893, so it's got some room. It does have some room. The next high on the 858. Yeah, it's one of those ones, I mean, I allow, like the weekly chart, I just see a little bit of resistance not that far away. It's not as clean as I would like, but let's wait and see how it trades. You see what I'm talking about. So just because we get something in the option scanner, I'd love to see a lot more room before it hits a high on the weekly and the monthly. Monthly is not terrible, but the weekly, you just have to look left, and the next high is 858. So I mean 834. I mean it's only 20 cents away, 24 cents away. It's not that far away. Another thing to look at, is there some news? I don't see any specific news on it. I keep thinking that you're shorting at SRNE, but so your short-term target is what, 1085. So again, this is showing up on the option scanner. Now this does have more room. I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart. Take a look on the weekly. Do we have anything? 1067, 1076. So there's the next high. If it can take that out, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1404, but at least at this point, the next highs, looking left, are far enough away. Well, Pulse is now turning into a somewhat gentler trade in terms of the spread. Whoa, there's the spread just widened again. Okay, guys, there's Sientra. It is moving. Sientra is moving. SIEN from the option scanner. Now, I wasn't in love with it because of the, but I mean, it's moving a little bit here. 858 is the next high. After that, 864. After that, 893. So it's got that, little areas, little pockets of resistance that it. I mean, listen, it could roar right through it, but. Short interest is this, the short float percent, okay? That's what they're talking about, short float percent. I mean, we do have a short growth also filter. I don't have it up there, but when they're talking about short interest, that's what they're talking about, the short float percent. Well, again, Sientra might just make a fool out of me. You may just get up right up to that 9 level without looking at these two little highs. And I didn't take it, guys. I did not take it, so. Well, SRNE, I mean, it is starting to move also, kind of like the Sientra. But this has the room. It has the room. I'm not telling you to take it, okay? It has to meet your trading plan. And if you say, well, I don't have a trading plan, well, then you better get one. Don't understand your question. Can you ask Holly questions today? No, I don't understand your question. If you're talking about asking Holly to look at a specific stock, that's not how it works. Oh, can you ask Holly a question? I'm sorry. Yeah, so Jamie will be there. I mean, you can ask me some questions, but yeah, you can ask any question while I'm here. I thought you meant, can you literally ask Holly a question? In other words, Holly, what's this stock going to do? Well, I was really, really, really wrong about the SINE. Well, wrong. I mean, I thought it would stumble a lot more right around that area, but it just blasted right through. Okay, so Sandeep, every Holly strategy, yes. I mean, this is not a Holly strategy, but the Holly strategies have a lot of filters in place, okay? Way more than these. So like the strategies are looking for different things, so they'll usually be a price range and maybe a minimum volume, but the Holly strategies have way more filters. Okay? Not necessarily float. Well, you just have to, we don't we don't agree with auto trading, so all you have to do is take a look at the stock. You get an alert, just take a look at it. Very rare. It depends what you mean by a penny stock. We certainly, there's rare. In fact, I can't remember the last one that was under $1. So it depends what you mean by a penny stock. But you just have to. All you have to do is look. If you see something you don't like, I mean, there's no. People get very. I'm not talking. I'm just talking in general, Sandeep. People get very hung up on. I got the alert and I can't get in right at the penny. It's not designed like that. You can. It's always designed so that okay, you can always check it out to see how it's trading. Perhaps is there any near-term resistance? I mean, I know that's not auto trading. I just don't believe in auto trading. Case closed. So if you saw something and you say, well, that's too cheap for me, or it doesn't have enough volume, then you just you don't take the trade. All right, guys, 11:48. So I'm just, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Jamie. Yes, Jamie's in. Okay. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want to head out there while I'm on my break, Jamie will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1 o'clock. Sorry, wrong room, wrong room. Put it in the YouTube room. You're already there, so don't click on that link. Yeah, so Mysterious MM, you're kind of in promotional mode right there, okay? You're talking about a penny stock, literally a penny stock, AP. Yeah, probably the wrong room, okay? Probably the wrong room. Very, 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 very few of us look at stocks like this, okay? Pink sheet stocks that are, basically, well, a penny. Okay, so if you're back testing, you can back test your watch list stocks. Okay, you can just, do you know how to, have you ever created a watch list? Sandeep? Okay, so if you've created a watch list and then attach it to an alert window, okay, you know how to do that. Attach your watch list to an alert window, then just run the back tester and it'll just back test those stocks. Okay. Okay, so if you've already done that, then what is your question exactly? I mean, you're talking about back testing your own strategy. I mean, if it back tests well, as you know, the past cannot absolutely dictate what the future is going to do, but I mean, that's the whole idea of the AI, looking at the strategies, optimizing them, and trying to get a statistical edge for today. So it's the same thing when you're backtesting your own strategies. You can. So again, I'm not sure I understand. Are you talking about can you backtest the AI strategies? If that's your question, no. You can only backtest your own strategies. The AI strategies are proprietary. How do you backtest Dumplin? Okay, so first of all, you need a premium service. Okay, and so you would literally right click and backtest strategy. Okay, just click backtest strategy, and this is what you'll see. And then you can, I can't tell you what filters, your exits, risk management, all that. Backtesting isn't a very advanced topic, but you can create an alert strategy that you think might work. You want to see what happens. So you can backtest for a certain number of days, up to 63 days, I think. And what it does is it'll take a look at every single occurrence over the past 63 days and see what would have happened if you took every single trade. And it'll give you an equity curve, okay? If you've never used it before, it gives you an equity curve. It factors in commission, some slippage, things like that. Most of our customers do not backtest. I don't backtest. I just don't have the time. It's a very painstaking operation because, you might backtest something and it might look good today and you want to run with it, and then 2 days later it looks terrible. I mean, you're getting alerts and so it's constant tweaking. So I don't go over backtesting because it is an advanced topic, but I think just give me a moment here. If you go to my homepage, I'm not sure how extensive it is, but if you go to my homepage and you go to the education section, click here, and if you click down, here, take the lessons, the 20 lessons, and then backtesting. Okay, intro to backtesting. So you can take a look at that. Wow, look at our SLS from yesterday. Still cascading downwards. By the way, who asked about staff earlier not able to place a trade? Are you still in the room? Was that my trades? Who asked about that earlier in the day? No, it wasn't you. Okay, somebody else. Can't remember who it was. You didn't ask. Who asked? Because you owe me $11. That was I wanted to see, because I hadn't seen that before, that when you have a bid and ask that you couldn't take a trade. Well, if it comes back, maybe the VRAR. I mean, it's a crazy. I don't know. I mean, I have an alert set up here. I mean, it's issued so few shares. They're raising like $12 million. It's hard to understand why they're doing an IPO, but they're doing an IPO. A crypto spammer? I don't see it. Jamie, are you? Can you hear me? I don't see the. Are you talking about APTY? Oh, I see APTY. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's trying to. Okay, bye. I see what you're saying. Yeah, he reposted that information. Now you can post with his little heart's content. It'll all be hidden. All right, guys. Jamie is going to be showing it pretty soon, so I just want to get my announcement in that I'll be taking a break. I'll be back at about 12:40. Oh yeah, somebody asked about. Yeah, I probably have no opinions on. I mean, just because an analyst puts a price target on something doesn't mean it's going to happen. Of course. Streaming now. Okay, Jamie, I will stop right now. Have fun for that hour. I will stop right now. Have fun for that hour.
Okay, hi, hello everybody. Hopefully you have eyes on my desktop. Let me pop my chat out here and we can continue. All right, so it looks like I do have the helm. If someone could just use the chat panel, let me know if you can see and hear okay. Then we can get going here. Find my little pen in case we need to do some marking up. And there she is. Come over here. Hey, David. Okay, thank you very much. Hi to you as well. I'm just assuming that you can see and hear okay. So welcome to my desktop, everybody. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So just keep in mind if you have any questions about anything TI, functionality, backtesting, all that good stuff, just let me know. And we're getting a little lift from one of the AI plays today. Chimer coming across my high volume ticker here. Here's the position right here. Typical Holly bail on a profit save exit here, as we can see in the 15-minute chart. A little sideways action. AI gets bored, exits right here. Only to have the thing start to move in our direction about 15, 30 minutes after. Yeah, Conrad, I saw you putting that question in earlier on a cup and handle. I searched my cloud. I don't have a ready-made cup and handle scan, but we could play around with it if you have a good example of one today on the time frame that you're looking for. We could use the old stocks like this to try to configure it. It's just there's a couple of different parts to that scan. You know, the little cup and the base out and the handle. So it's actually a two-part thing, which is more than likely why we don't have a pre-made of it. All right, Herman, see your question as well. Can you check out Rail? Sure. Okay, well, Rail certainly having a decent day today. Up, how much are we up today? Let me get my single stock window over here since I'm on one monitor. We're up 8% today. Now looking at the daily, let me just squish this up a little bit. As far as the daily goes, I mean, things been quite volatile. Good up moves followed by big down moves as well. So just getting into this little area right here where, I mean, right in the smack dab in the middle of this stretched out range that we see here. Might be able to get a little bit more clarity looking at the weekly here. But while we're in this range right here, I mean, it's trying to tighten up. Let's see how the average is held up here. Yeah, 10 period was acting as resistance yesterday. It seems to have gotten through it. So, you know, just kind of keeping in mind how this stock acts. Dug in here. We're well above the 10 and the 20 now. So, you know, if the momentum keeps going, I mean, based on what it's done before, we could get a little push up to the 650 level, maybe even the $7 level if it keeps going. Let's zoom out just a little bit. Take a look at the weekly. All right, pretty much kind of the same song and dance. It's just we have different levels here to kind of take a look at. You know, but butting right up to these wicks, these previous wicks here. But this stock likes to zoom around like that. So, you know, if we dig in, might have a little bit of upward momentum getting back up into these wicks here. But it looks like this thing could just turn on a dime at any time based on what we're seeing here. Is the volume decent relative to the move? Well, not bad volume today. Kicking out 3.88 on the relative scale. Notice I've got the 5-minute right here and the 1 minute on my single stock window. Of course, these are percent filters, so 100 simply means normal volume for that time frame. Yeah, I'd say look at the direct correlation here. Hardly any volume for the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour and a half. No volume, just a slow grind down, kind of, you know, edging back to compress this a little bit so we can see yesterday's activity. You know, just kind of tapering right back down here with no volume. And then the volume comes in. Now, what is the catalyst of this volume? Is there any news? Earnings, August 4th. So I see one headline here. Estimated to be 5.1 billion in the 2021 year. So maybe the market has perceived that information as good. Certainly the volume kicked in right here, and we've just been gravitating to the upward areas here. Gap up in pre-market retraces 25 to 75% to form cup as first part after open handle forms, crossing open range and VWAP. Yeah, I can tell you right now, Conrad, cramming all of that into one scan is going to be a little challenging. So, you know, for things like this, you might have to kind of separate it into two parts, right? So, for example, gap up in the pre-market, right? That'd be the first thing that we would address. But then retracts or retraces 25 to 75%, right? So I guess the first question would be, how much of a gap up is required? You know, 0.1%, 1%, 10%, 5%? Is there any magic number as far as the gap goes? Because we can try to cobble something together here for that first part. Got to start somewhere. All right, just blanked out an alert window. Okay, so Conrad, the gap up has to be 15%. Is that correct? Or is that the pullback? Well, no, you said 25 to 75% is the pullback, so I'm assuming 15% is the gap. Just correct me if I'm wrong there, and I'll go ahead and plug that in. So we got a 15% gap. And then you're saying you want it to pull back 25 to 75% of the gap. Okay. You know, as far as the alerts go, I don't think the pullback alert, we got a 75% pullback from high, right? But that's not addressing the gap value in and of itself. But we could try to use this and see what happens. We could use the 75% pullback from highs since the open. Or we could try to address this with a change filter. Okay. So the next question is, does it matter the time frame on the pullback? Does it matter if the pullback happened, do you need it to happen in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or is the time of the pullback not really important? Is it just the move? Because typically if we do gap up 15%, and then we did address the 75% pullback from high, that might be a pretty good thing to check out here. So I tell you what, let's just try that first. Let's go to 75% pullback from high since the open. And let's just see what this produces. Now, once again, Conrad, do you have a symbol that we could use as an example here of a good cup and handle using this methodology that you have today? Just throw the symbol in there. In a Siri, I see your question there. How to automate exit when price is not changing anymore? So you're telling me the stock is flattened out? So Siri, your question, I'm kind of assuming, okay, so the stock is flattened out. Okay, we'll come back around to that in just a second here. Okay, Conrad, you don't have an example right now. Okay, no worries. Well, let's just see what this produced today. Because with a gap up of 15%, we should have pretty limited hits. And as you can see here, first and foremost, things gapping up 15%, there's not going to be a whole lot of those. So that's good, actually. But the ones that did gap up 15% and then pull back 75%. Okay. Now, Conrad, back to your cup and handle. What time frame are you trying to find these on? Is this intraday? And if it is intraday, please to tell me the time frame that you're looking at. All right, Asir, you're having luck with the entry, but to exit when it stops, that's what I'm stuck on now. Okay, well, so the stock has moved in your direction and it's kind of stalled out, okay? And you want to automate the exit. Well, it just seems to me if the stock has flattened out, right? Like let's just use ATHE as a random example here on the 15-minute. If the stock is flattening out, and let's say you were long from down here, you got a nice run, you didn't take the money, and it's starting to flatten out here. Well, when you say, how can I automate the stop? Well, I mean, in essence, a stop loss is automating the stop. When you put the stop in, if it goes past your point, it will automate it. Now, if you're asking me how to automate a stop so that you get out up here, well, a trailing 15-minute stop would have got you out right about here. But as far as Brokerage Plus and the trailing stops, that functionality is a little bit, it's still not active in Brokerage Plus. Yeah, Siri, it might be doable in a custom formula, but the trailing stop functionality. Let me check on something here real quick. Stand by. Okay, so here's what I was getting at as far as, okay, here I'm in configuration for a strategy in Brokerage Plus. Okay, now of course I can do stop loss targets, trailing stop. I go down here, I select trailing stop. Look what it says up here. It says disabled. So the trailing stop functionality is not functional in Brokerage Plus. Okay, so if it's not functional, I don't think it's really going to matter if you try to create a custom or not. I will back channel Michael Noss on this, and we'll see what he says. But give me a second here, and then we'll get to the rest of these questions here. But I'm pretty sure still not functional. All right, we'll see what Michael comes back with there. Well, that's odd because I'm wondering why, since I'm using a developer's version here, that my trailing stops will be disabled, Siri. But if you're saying it's working in the beta, well, then that's good. But we'll get it from Michael here in just a second. So Siri, just to confirm, when you select trailing stop, percentage, dollar amount, or whatever, it does not, the red disabled does not come up? Interesting. Okay. So we'll have to circle back around on that one, Siri. Of course, I will share it, Mike, when we get back to it here. But let me hit cancel over here. Okay, so as we can see here, not a whole lot of stocks meeting the requirement of 15% gap up and then a pullback, but we do have a few to look at here. And he said 1 hour on the cup and handle. Okay. So potential for meds to create the cup here, but it's going to take a few, if the cup does materialize, it's going to take a little bit of time here. ATHE, I'm assuming that just thus far, since there's only been this many hours in the day, that it's going to take a little bit longer for a 1 hour cup and handle to form. But I mean, looking at these, they are all potential candidates. It's just going to take a little bit more time for them to form, obviously. Must be a newer issue, only 1 week of trading. It makes sense, Siri. If you have a trailing stop, then what's the point of I mean, hard stop initially. Once the thing starts moving your way, you just convert to a trailing stop, right? So if the trailing stop gets executed, obviously it's never going to make its way back down or up to the hard stop. All right, Charles, so your question here, why does my stop loss and target lines disappear from day to day? What can be done to avoid the issue? Now, Charles, are you just talking about your swing exits, or are you talking about Brokerage Plus generated orders? Just confirm, are they orders that you're seeing in Brokerage Plus? Because if you're not talking about Brokerage Plus, and you're just talking about the swing exits and some of the stops, smart stops, if we right click, you can show your smart risk levels here by checking and unchecking, or as far as AI trades, you can get rid of them or show them, all right, here. And also the smart risk levels here. Okay. So it is in Brokerage Plus orders. So for example, let me just click on a position that I've got open here. Now the AI, if it's an AI trade, the AI is going to take control of the smart orders here. And unfortunately, right now on my Brokerage Plus, all I have active are some AI orders. I don't have any. Well, actually, I did have some, but I reconnected and lost those positions. So that's odd that your levels are disappearing. So let me just ask this question, Charles. The orders are remaining intact in Brokerage Plus, so they're still viable, but they're just disappearing from the charts. Is that correct? And Conrad, when we're talking about history, watch this alert window here. If I right click, I was on history, I'm going back to real time. But within the alert window, and of course, if I remove small borders here, you can see the A up here. When you want to access history from the alert window, we just go to history and select which history you'd want to see. So for today, all the hits that come through, boom, then you're going to have them. If you stretch the time column out, not only will you see the time, but the day as well. Okay, Charles, so you don't know if your stop orders are remaining intact? Well, if you go to your orders tab on Brokerage Plus, for example, if we click on orders, notice I'm on live. I could say all statuses, right? But I'm going to go live. And here we can see all of my live active orders here. So if you click on the orders tab, then click on live, you should be able to see your stop losses. Now, hopefully they're in there. But if they're not in there, that would explain why you're not seeing them on the charts. So Charles, check your orders tab live and see if your positions or your stop orders are live. All right, Conrad, you were talking about CUEN. Okay, so if you're talking, you were referencing the 60-minute period, okay? So we've got 3 candles to look at thus far. So it's going to take a little bit more time before we see, the cup form, right? Okay, so now it's 5-minute, not 60-minute. Okay. I was just a little confused because you said hourly earlier. Okay. Come on, chart. Scroll for me. There we go. I don't know why it's taking so long for my charts to get busy here. Okay. All right, so we had the little up move, then we had the downturn. Then we get up here, start getting into the handle area. Ah, I got you. Okay, so when you said 60 minutes earlier, I'm like, it's going to take a while for, 60-minute candles here to get going here. But you're talking about 5 minutes over over that period. Okay, so then we have the cup and the little handle forming up here. So this one, what was the gap up on PM today? Let's see here. Tell you what, let me get a top list here. And I tell you what, we're just going to flip over to the old pre-market channel real quick. Actually, I've got that in my cloud, so no need to flip. We'll just go grab the gap up top list here. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. My system is very laggy today, and I don't know why. I'll have to do a reboot later. Okay. So, PM today. What was the gap on PM? Okay. So obviously we didn't gap up 15%, right? So is that not a factor anymore, Conrad? Okay, so now it's not PM, now it's CUEN. Okay. All right. Well, what do we? So looks like the okay, here's CUEN. All right, and you're talking about an hour for the cup and handle to form. So 8:30 to 9:30 would have been about right here. You talking about this little area right here? Yeah, so Conrad, if your 15% gap is crucial, okay, if that has to be a part of the equation, all right, first and foremost, it would make sense to look at all the stocks that are gapping up 15% or more. That's going to narrow your universe down tremendously. So let's just do this real quick, and then I'll get to your question there, Harmon. So if we did something like this, right, let me get this off the single symbol. Just go back. And I'm not sure what your price requirements would be. Do you have any min-max prices? Do you not want to see anything too much, or does it not matter what the price is, Conrad? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put 1 to 100. And if you want smaller price stocks, just let me know and I'll change the max. We're not going to worry about volume. I mean, 100,000, that's pretty dicey, but we'll see what happens because we're only caring about things that gap up 15%, all right, which once again is going to reduce the universe quickly. 15%, don't really care about float, earnings day on this guy. Okay, so things that have gapped up 15% currently, all right, if we go back and say, let's look at this at 8:35, 5 minutes after the open. Same old culprits, okay? So obviously this is going to work pre-market too. But if you're looking at things that gapped up 15%, it's a pretty small universe today, right? This brings up a good another good point about when we're doing configurations. If we go to that filter, actually, just got to click on it here. If we go to gap, percentage, and we go to histogram, this is going to give you a pretty good idea. And see, today, there are actually 19 stocks. Notice I have the 15% in here. I'm on histogram. And, if I blank this out, we're just going to see the whole market. If I say, show me stocks that gapped up 5%, there were 109. Show me stocks that gapped up 10%, we got 32. Show me stocks that gapped up 15%, we got 19. So that's going to reduce your universe down to a manageable number of stocks, okay? And then for the cup and handle, if you archive all those stocks and then say, okay, show me when these stocks are starting to rise back up, right? You could take that list first and plug it into the pullback scan, right? Take all the stocks that gapped up 15%. You don't even need this in this alert window, okay? So before I talk about this, let me just recap. First, we would find all the stocks that are gapping up, either pre-market, or it doesn't really matter if they're gapping up 15% pre-market or if they're holding that gap into the first minute of the regular session. Doesn't really matter, they're gapping up, right? So you should have a pretty manageable list, which you could easily copy the list, here, do a Control-C, then make a custom list, okay? What you would do then is create the custom list through the symbol list functionality, and then you would point the 75% pullback window to that new list that you made, okay? So then you're going to get tabs on, okay, these are the ones that gapped up 15%, now they're pulling back 75%. Then you're going to be watching them for the rise back up to where they could form that potential cup and handle. So Conrad, let me know if this is making sense to you, because as I said earlier, trying to find cup and handles, there's multiple parts to that pattern, and it's not real easy to put them all in one scan. So if you find, focus in on the first thing, the gap, then the ones that are pulling back 75%, and you're going to have a pretty finite watch list. Okay, Harmon, take a look at Cerny, no problem. Gee, it's like every stock that moves these days is a biotech, therapeutic. Okay. Well, some interesting action today. Looking over here at the daily. All right. Number one, intraday play. Great opportunity for an entry here, as we did a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About a 35-minute opening range break. Looks nice and clean. So excellent risk on an intraday basis for an entry. Now, as far as the daily, notice what's happening here. Okay, little consolidation over the past 1, 2, 3, 4 days after this rounded bottom, kind of looking cup and handly there. But interesting action as we broke through the prior few days here. Okay, and we're getting a lift, and notice where it stopped. Butting up perfectly way back here to this little wick, this area right here that, as we were pushing through this area, would this area act as short-term supply? Well, apparently it's doing so currently. So a nice little run on CERN, but it looks like it's running out of steam. But it does have some decent volume behind it, 4.8. Always want to say on the Richter scale, 4.88 on the relative scale. And volume on the smaller time frames is kicking pretty good. So just need to see if it holds up here. If we do flip back to the 15-minute, versus the 5. Well, look what's going on here. All right. When a stock is in motion on the day, and once again, there's that same opening range break, just looking at the 15-minute candles instead of the 5. Nice move. Look what's happening right here. So far, this is a sign of strength. Okay. We wicked right down to the 10 period. 10 period is a great simple moving average when stocks are in motion for the day, experiencing higher volume. How does the stock react to this 10 period level? Kind of bullish right now. If we close, and we've still got how many more minutes? All right, so this candle just opened, so 15 more minutes, or excuse me, 45 minutes, 11:45 my time. If this candle does close and goes higher, that's going to be a sign of strength. If we do manage to break highs again, I would say in the end, we would need a close above this line here. So if SRNE closes at highs, well then look what we're into here. And let's zoom out a little bit. Okay. So it's just it's going to be, if we did get a little oomph, notice the tops of these weekly candles here. A lot of wiki activity in those 3 weeks right there. So, we might get a push up to 1133, but it's really going to have to bust through with some steam in order to get up into these levels here. Of course, flip a coin. A lot of these stocks that are setting up like this do it all in 1 or 2 days. A lot of them take a lot of sideways consolidation action to get through. But just from my layman's technical perspective there, that's what we're looking like. We'd need a close above this level here. That'd be a good sign of strength moving forward. So Harmon, I hope that sheds a little bit of light on Cerny. Okay, Conrad, take out EPS scan. Are you talking about earnings per share? Hi, Dorset. See your question there regarding alerts for EMAs. Unfortunately, we do not have EMAs in alert form. Okay. Notice if I right click, go to configure. Oh, come on, mouse. There we go. Okay. So notice if I search for EMAs, we come up dry. All right. As far as alerts and filters, all we have are SMAs. Now, we do have the ability to insert EMAs on your chart, but they do not exist in alert or filter form at present. We might see them appear. It's been on the list for a very long time, but I have no idea where they might be in the developmental queue. Okay, Conrad, go over costume list again. Oh, custom. I'm like, I'm not really sure I know what a costume list is. Okay, so let's get back to the gap up play. Okay. So first and foremost, and I'm assuming that the 15% gap is the crucial part of the first part of the equation. All right. So, not seeing the complete history here. So what I'm going to do real quick here is, and before I do this, just to show you what I got, all I have is the gap in here. Now, the reason I have EPS in here, company has to make or lose money, is by default, that's going to weed out the ETFs. Now, if you don't mind having ETFs in the scan, we can get rid of that. Okay, so the only filters that are in play here a gap of 15%, and a minimum price of $1, max price of 100, right? So, wow, look how this lit up when I got rid of that. Okay, so once again, 15% gap, and we can just sort by biggest to smallest. Okay, so a pretty finite list, right? And this is probably going to look pretty much the same each and every day, simply because of that large. So for example, you're watching this pre-market right after the market opens. This would be your list to take a peek at, all right, or to watch. And there's your CUEN warrants. I'm not really sure why CUEN itself is not showing up. Let's see. The warrants. What did we close at yesterday for CUEN? 622. And then we opened at 7. Not really sure why that's not showing up. Let's go back to the pre-market. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later. But the bottom line is this. First, you find all the stocks, excuse me, that are gapping up 15%. Here we go. Here's your list. So it's real easy to capture these symbols just by right-clicking and dragging. Then we're going to hit
partially filled.
Control C. Okay.
Order filled.
Next, we need to create the custom list. So we go to Tools, and we go to Symbol Lists. Okay. Then we just hit the Create New List button. Let's just say 15% gappers. Now we have to populate the list. So remember, I've already copied these symbols into my clipboard. So we just click on the list, we hit Edit List, and then we just give it a Control V. Okay. Don't know why that didn't work. Control C, Control V. All right, well, looks like something's... Try this one more time. Control C. Right click, paste. Okay, there we go. Now there are the symbols. 15, strange, 15% gap. We got 15. We'll take that. Okay, so now the second part of the equation. Stock's pulling back significantly. All right. So since you have a finite list, you can just pick that alert. Don't really need any other filters. These are the stocks that I want to know about. So then we would go to the symbol list. When we first create a new list, it's not going to show up over here. We have to first find it by clicking on the Add Existing List button. And let's see here. All right, there's my 15% gapper. So as soon as I click on it, it shows up over here. And now I can say, okay, only the following list. All right, so once you do that, then this window will tell you, hey, the stock that gapped up 15%, it just pulled 75%. It just pulled back 75% from its highs from the open. So we can see BGI would have done that. Let's see what the other hits might be, though. Let's just look at the, because these things can repeat themselves. So let's look at the overall history for today. Okay, so 2 minutes into the open, we can see this thing did gap up 15%, and then it pulled back, and then, of course, you're talking about 5 minutes again, so let's just pull back here. Okay, so A, this stock gapped up 15% or more, and now it's pulling back, comes back here, starts to form what appears to be a little cuppy handily type pattern there. But the bottom line is this. Stocks gapping up 15%, you're going to have a very limited universe, which is good because it's a easily manageable number of symbols. And then you would just have to pick, okay, these are the ones pulling back, so these are the ones I'm going to keep my eyes on. And of course, you know, you can kind of extrapolate and go, okay, when it gets up here and it starts flagging a little bit, forming that handle part, maybe that's when you'd like to be alerted. Or, you know, do you have more interest once the little, you know, the cup forms, right? Obviously, a non-event here on meds. Blinn, this stock has just been going bonkers this week. So it really depends on exactly what time you'd want to be alerted. You know, once the cup forms and the handle might form, because if you're waiting for the handle, well, then you might want to look at some of the, you know, consolidation alerts or some of the shorter term intraday alerts, which something like the NR7 on the 5-minute comes to mind. You know, looking at little consolidation periods or inside bar periods on that time frame. No problem, Harmon. So, Mike, you were talking about the 75% pullback. I mean, I can drop this in if you'd like, but it's really just the alert, right? There's no special sauce in the form of filters or anything. Oh, the 24-hour support line, Mike? Yeah, that's in the works. Well, Conrad, I'm glad that my little diatribe there made sense. It's just, you know, for the cup and handle, it's a cool little pattern. It's just multifaceted, and so we kind of have to break it down into the primal, uh, you know, the first part and the second part. Yeah, I think Chris Farley's got the 24-hour phone support. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Don't kill me, Chris, if you're listening. Okay, let me check on a few things, ladies and gents. All right. Yeah, I don't know how everybody's trading has been going here lately, but I was talking to some of the guys here, and I'm like, we all agree, man, for a market that is up, like this one is, if we go back to daily here, you know, just looks like a nice little, hey, all-time highs. Looks like we've got parity with everything today. It's not the Qs running up and the SPYs down and vice versa. Everything's up. IWM even up a little bit more than the rest. But it looks just like a nice money-making day here. But boy, I tell you, a lot of stocks being sold on a day where the indices are going straight up. It still seems like it's a very, very much a stock picker's market. ASPN, not doing too shabby, holding its own. You are correct, Mike. That'd be pretty pricey. We could just set it up like one of those, you know, Psychic 101 lines. A couple of bucks a minute, hour minimum. Let me check it, Siri. Okay. Michael said that they are now live, just as you had indicated, Siri, but they're normal trailing stops. Which leads me to, let's see here, strategies. Okay. I thought I didn't have another stop present earlier. Okay. So Michael was telling me that it only says disabled if we have another stop out. But as you can see here, I don't have any stops. I don't have a regular stop. Now, if we have another stop, it should say disabled because you can't use a regular stop and a trailing stop. But for some reason, and this might be a Siri because I'm on the latest development version, that something is different than the current beta. Um, because it should only say disabled if, never mind. It's telling me this is disabled. My bad, my bad. That's the problem. So if I pick a regular stop, this one becomes disabled. Okay, so shame on me for that. Okay, it's just telling you when you pick one, the other one's going to be disabled. So yes, the trailing stop is live, and it's just a normal trailing stop. The reason I'm a little confused about that is because it took forever for the trailing stop to become active, but now it's active. It's just the traditional trailing stop. There's no way to customize, come up with a different custom formula in here. And that comes from Michael. And if anybody can do it, it's definitely him. Yeah, I was just looking at them. I thought that message for disabled was just static, showing at the top. I'm not a trailing stop guy, but yeah, we figured that out. Yeah, in a Siri, I'm, I can do very simple custom formulas, but from what Michael just told me, there's not really a workaround. But hey, you could always send the request to info@trade-ideas.com and ask them to forward it to Michael, and he can give you the thumbs up or thumbs down. All right. Okay, just checking on my blotter here. And it's just sitting there, not improving, not getting worse. I'll take that for now. Talk about two stocks that have definitely been on the move as of late, Blinn and MRIN, lighting it up over the past several days. A lot of the staple stocks hitting new highs. Here we have Tempur-Pedic beds. Yesterday, Duluth was hitting highs, taking a little breather today, but we always have a running joke here. Pants, right? Levi's, Duluth. A lot of clothing companies, a lot of retails are hitting highs, a lot of defensive plays. As far as staple products and things of that nature, beds, boring things. All right, checking the time here, ladies and gents. We got about 10 more minutes. Yep, the AI kind of struggling as of late. And once again, you would figure that in a market of this nature, but every time we break new highs, it takes a little while to figure things out. That statistical alpha just kind of disappears for a while until we get a little bit of consolidation or more data for the AI to absorb. All right. Any questions? Let me have them. Wow. Kind of what I was alluding to earlier, ladies and gentlemen. I thought XXII yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to wait for it to come down and test this 10 period. Hopefully it holds. Nope. Another example of a stock that, you know, was relatively strong, just kind of taking a header to the extreme here. But hey, that's trading for you. DCI holding up well. IMAX bouncing off the bottom of its range. And Gap, another pants company. And of course, advanced drainage systems. We all know that that's very exciting. So once again, another example of a relatively boring stock holding up relatively well. Well, thank you, Mike. You know, I'm going to make you president of the. We've all decided we're going to make you president. Mike C for president. Yeah, if you're referring to the market, Ma, definitely squirrely. And my tickers that are active, Blinn. Hey, no surprise to see Blinn coming through, hitting a new low. Kind of interesting what's going on here. A little bit of a gap here, as this thing is just starting to break. And, you know, if I had to take a stab, I mean, anything's fair game on these guys. Only 60 on the relative scale and almost 400% volume on the 5, so there's definitely volume in that push. Normally on these stop outs on the AI, we'd see some decent trade round opportunities. I guess the biggest one thus far would be Oxy, but it sure took its sweet time. Spent a lot of time under that stop area. And we got about 5 minutes left in this session, ladies and gents. Interesting to see a green symbol coming through here, which means a larger cap stock down at all-time lows. And here we can see PLTK trying to find a save here as it wicked right below and then bounced. Looks like that's all the data that I can get there. Let's see here. Yep, and that is the history. Always like to, when we have limited history, always like to just bust out the anchored VWAP. And of course, no big surprise, well below. A lot of people ask, hey, what's a stock that mimics Bitcoin pretty well? Well, it'd definitely be this stock, MSTR. Seems to ebb and flow with the price of Bitcoin, since they have all of their cash reserves basically in that instrument. Speaking of coin, let's check in on coin. Also kind of getting interesting here. Weekly. What are we looking like on the daily? So a little bit of room. Looks like it's trying to get a little frisky here, but downturn. Would have liked to have seen it consolidate a little bit, but it's not having it right now. Probably going to take a little test down to the 10 period. All right, just waiting to see if Barry's ready to come on back here. But thanks for everybody for tolerating me for an hour. It was fun. Friendly reminder, the market is closed on Monday. So if you log in and you wonder why nothing's working, you'll know. Hey, the market's closed. Hope everybody has a enjoyable weekend. And it seems to be here across the nation where it's usually cool, it's really hot, and where it's usually really hot, it's really cool. I think here in Texas we've got 84 on the books for Sunday, which is crazy. But we'll take it. And as we can see here, the market is definitely sleeping with these low volume levels on the smaller time frame. Interesting daily candle forming on CLF here. Little wick right down through the 20, tags the 10 and back up, typically a sign of strength. But as we all know, in this market, it might work, and then again, it might not. All right, Barry tells me he is beginning his stream. I will be stopping here in just a second. Hope everybody has a nice, profitable week. Have a great long weekend, and we'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.
Boy, this what a great short all day long. for MFGP as an earnings play. Okay, this is getting interesting. I mean, you know, holding over 17, the IPO price. It's early for donut Krispy Kreme, DNUT. All right, excellent. Thank you, Jamie. Sorry about that. I got involved with helping somebody. So guys, yeah. So Mike and anybody in the YouTube room, we were following the Krispy Kreme opened up DNUT. It didn't open up that well actually because our IPO price was 17 and actually opened up a little bit below, but it looks like it's holding. And of course, there's a huge number of big names behind this one. So let's see what happens going forward with the DNUT. How can my link bring you there? All right, so listen, can somebody else try? I don't know why this is happening for Nick, okay? I know he's a new subscriber. If somebody doesn't mind maybe going to my homepage and going to the scan section and just pick one, low floaters on the move. You know, I mean, don't do my layout, okay? Just pick one to see if it loads correctly. And highlight it, right, Nick? Highlight it. Notice how I'm highlighting it. And then I'm copying it. Control C, I'm copying this. And then file load from cloud. And here it is, right there. And then load. And then here it is, low floaters on the move. So, are you doing exactly what I was showing you to do? I mean, literally exactly. You know, when you copy the link, it should show up in a tab, and then you copy the link in the tab. Okay. Okay, so G-Trade. Yeah, but I don't understand. I don't understand when you say daily support sessions live. That is the YouTube. That's our YouTube room. So I don't know why you're clicking. Like, what are you clicking on? When you say my link, I don't understand what you mean. You're in here, Nick, right? You're in here. You're right in here. Okay? You're right here. You're not in YouTube. That brings you to the YouTube room. Yeah, I know. I clicked on it, which is, you know, this is the Daily Support Sessions Live, which is the YouTube room between 12 and 1. See? Between 12 and 1. Nothing to do with this room. All I'm saying is that once you're in this room, here's my homepage tab, but I put my link in. You just click on my homepage link. Okay? When you click on it and go to the scan section. Right here, go to the scan section right here. And they're all here. Okay? All right, guys. Well, it looks like we're getting a bit of a winner here with the donut. And the SRNE, well, it is now, and for those of you in YouTube, This is what we were talking about. The short now of SRNE. Somebody asked, and I don't know if Jamie actually answered you. Who asked that question? Harmon, was it Harmon who asked the question? Why is it not getting through 11? There's no answer for that. I mean, these whole numbers can be a little bit psychological, but there's no real answer for that. However, if you notice, this is your clue to potentially short something. You notice for SRNE, this 15-minute chart. Wow. Well, you know what? IGC is taking out that too. Good for you. I think it was Poe or somebody else. No, Goods. Was it Goods? Took it at $1.80 or so. So sorry, guys. I'm sort of hopping all over the place here. I want to get a big chart up. Okay. Just to show you what I'm talking about with the SRNE. Okay, so this is a big chart. Okay, so look at this. So look at these topping tails. All right, so again, what do they mean? These are huge clues, especially if you get several in a row. So remember what they mean. At one point, the buyers had the price up here to 1093. Sellers closed it here at 1079. The buyers tried again. They got it up to what, 1099? Sellers knocked it down to 1085. The buyers tried again. That's probably right at 11 or 11.99, 10.99 again. The sellers knocked it down. Eventually, the buyers got tired. They said, you know what, you can have it now for a while anyway. Okay, those are your clues. You see a series of topping tails. Eventually, and it could have been on the bottom. I mean, you see bottoming tails, meaning sellers are trying to knock it down and the buyers are moving it higher. Eventually, one group just gives up. If you look at it, there's two groups always at play. You have buying groups and you got your selling groups. So your buying groups were trying like mad to get it through. They couldn't do it. And they said, that's it. So with the pulse, same sort of thing earlier. See these two topping tails? These are even more dramatic. Eventually, remember now, the buyers had this right up here. The sellers knocked it down. Buyers try again. Sellers knocked it down. They tried one more time. And then they finally said, okay, forget about it. Doesn't matter, the time frame. I mean, the higher the time frame, probably the better, especially if it's, if the candles are relatively narrow, especially the bodies. But yeah, it doesn't really matter the time frame. Well, I mean, how do you recognize it? You see it. You just see it. Okay, give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. No, I mean SR, but they both went down. PL, I mean, listen, it's first of all, nothing is 100% ever, okay? But the two I mentioned, PLSE, excuse me. I mean, here it is. I mean, here are the topping tails. It went down. SRNE, the same thing. The topping tails, it went down. I'm not sure what you meant by one went up and one went down. Topping tails went down. I mean, listen, it's not an exact science, okay? But it starts to build up the clues I mean, think about how you would be if you were trying to buy this and you kept buying it, and then the sellers knocked it down, and then another group of buyers came in and got it up and got your hopes up again, and then the sellers knock it down, and then it starts to drop. You might say, oh man, I'm just going to give up. That's it. I'll get out of it. Maybe I'll come back later on. I know Real is on a short on this one, GDYN. At least I'm pretty sure he is. Hey, no problem. How long do I think CNET will run? I didn't even know if it was running. I know it was an option scan earlier. And so don't understand the question. How long do you... So I don't understand the question because it's not running at all. Oh, I see. Okay, no, this was just... Right, okay. This was just something I was showing people how to do, okay? This has nothing to do with an actual trade. This is just in the simulator, okay? Well, in fact, what I'll do is I'll just get rid of these. I was just showing people how you can take a trade on a pullback just in the simulator. This is when I do this around 10:20, 10:30. What I'll do is I'll just get rid of these because I know it probably confuses people thinking, well, are you in those trades? No. I just had to pick something to demonstrate. So we got a mixed bag. I'm going to disregard the ones that were down for the day, even though NEG at one point did, I think move up. But I'm going to disregard it. Okay, so these are the two that were down for the day. So I want to disregard them. I'm going to going forward tomorrow. I will not see stocks that are down for the day because I'm going to put a filter in. So CNET did not move. Okay, I'm just going back in time to see what happened. Here's the original alert. Here's the price. GDYN, that was pretty good actually. Turned out pretty good. 1773, and it got as high as 1857 before it's pulling back. This one actually worked out pretty well until it really pulled back. But from 840 all the way up to 891. Okay, and pretty quickly. The Sorrento, I mean 1074 to 11. Okay, I mean I wouldn't call that fantastic. And this one I didn't really think would do much, but I guess from a percentage basis, not too bad. 190, and it got up to 207. So kind of a mixed bag, but I just disregarding these two because those were down for the day. We'll not see those anymore. Stocks that are down for the day. Well, I'm just going to start with up for the day, okay? Up from the open. You're right, but we don't get very many alerts here, okay? So I want to get a few alerts. So starting off with up for the day. So I mean today we would only have 5 alerts for the entire day. You can do it though. Yeah, you can do it. Go ahead. See what happens. My guess is that it has to be above the open anyway, because remember now, these are making new highs for the day. So I mean, if it's above, let me see if I'm right. Yeah, I mean, if it's a positive open and it's pulled back, it's got to be above the open anyway. Okay, so all right. I know Real has been all over KRTA all day long. Probably still in it, unless there was a pop. Nope, I'm sure he's still in it. Good for you, Real. That wasn't the one I highlighted today. Man, it's nice to hear an airplane. It's just a small one, but yeah. I mean, as a long-term play, guys, I'm not. This is not a suggestion, but I mean, with who's behind it doesn't 100% mean that just because all those big names are behind this one that it's going to do fantastically well. But Donut DNUT Krispy Kreme has got a lot of big names behind it. Okay, so their IPO or whatever is direct to market, I guess. They're not going through any funds. Yeah, speaking of which, boy, I mean, I don't know. I hate even having to look at it. I wish it would all go away. Talking about the GMEs and the. Yeah, I know this is the second kick, but I don't know who took them public first, Straight or Billy. But you got to be. I mean, again, depends how you look at it. You got to be somewhat impressed by who's behind it this time. I have no idea who was behind it the last time. What was your one call for the day, Ija? I can't remember. I should have paid more attention. Oil on the go. What was your one call of the day? APRE, let's take a look at APRE. I do recall seeing it. Oh yeah, there's a nice daily break. Well, you know, guys, APRE, yeah, but it's not an Amex stock, Ija. You've set yourself up for that. Anyway, take a look. Yeah, great daily break for APRE, guys. What's the volume like? Pretty good. Not incredible. I mean, it's 1.5 times normal. Fairly low float, but this could be the first day. I mean, look left. I mean, look left where it could go. Not today, but so this will probably be on my watch list for tomorrow, assuming that it, you know, kind of holds its gains. Okay, guys, so obviously I'm all out of the SRNE, and that level of 1040 that I kind of eyeballed kind of held. You know, it got down to what, 1034 or so, but this area right there is where I thought it could bounce, and that's kind of where it did. So I'm all out of that one. And you know, the script might flip now if it can regain up this area. Maybe rest a little bit below 11 and then have a big volume surge through that could get me long it. That's not the Hertz ticker now, is it? That's the Hertz ticker now? So it's not pink anymore? They've moved off? Okay, I see nothing happening yet. I don't see a bid ask in IB yet. But is it still trading under HTZGQ? Oh, well, let me... HTZGQ. Boom. Let's see. Okay, so it's not trading under this anymore. Okay, so it's going to be, what did you say? HTZZ. HT. Okay. So it's just not trading yet. I mean, it's loading in IB, so I mean that means, you know, that means at least it's recognized. It is recognizing it. It's loading the symbol. Otherwise, it wouldn't even the symbol wouldn't go into the order entry. Is it really? How is it trading? What am I doing wrong? HTZZ. I don't see it trading. Is it 2250? I just don't see any trades. I see 2240, 2249 on the bid ask. I just don't see any trades though. Look, the last trade was at 108 Eastern. Is that correct? Yeah, well, I don't know what to say. I don't have any... was the last trade at 108? Well, it shouldn't be delayed. Unless it... Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. No, I don't know what's going on then. Unless IB thinks this is a pink sheet stock still. I don't know. I don't know. So are you telling me that when that was an $8 or $9 stock, this is a true without any splits at all? This is now a true $22 stock? Wow. Anyway, I can't do anything about that, so. Okay, give me a moment, please. Okay, so it's trading on the pink sheet, so that's why. Anyway, so I see HEPS also, guys. This was another IPO today. HEPS, HEPS. Boy, what an IPO week. I do see that it's an AI alert too, the KYMR. At 47, yeah, that's right. We saw that one in the pre-market. Yeah, $47 a share, and it was, yeah, look at this, $10 above the offering. But obviously they love the fact they're raising $223 million. I guess they're saying for all the right reasons. Yeah, that has been in the books for a while, Robinhood going public. But not, I don't think they're not going to be using underwriters. Great G Trade. We don't typically talk about how much money you make and all that, but I'm really glad that you made money. That's excellent. Obviously, it's paid for. I don't know if you took it a monthly or whatever, but that's paid for a few months anyway. Okay, so Sandeep, I don't look at anything really less than. I know I have a 2 minute chart here, but I really don't look at anything less than a 5 minute chart. Certainly not a 10 second chart. No, no, no. We cannot do a 10 second chart, guys. I mean, this is not a scalping program. Okay, we do the lowest we've got is 1 minute. Well, so we don't do 10 second charts. No. All right. Yeah, I only have a 2 minute chart just for these crosses that I'm trying to keep an eye on. It's the only reason I have the 2 minute chart. But before that, I had nothing less than a 5. And as far as recommending Sandeep, I mean, it's personal. I mean, I can't, I kind of know what kind of works for me. But there are people in this room who will say, "Oh man, you're crazy. You need a 1 minute chart. For better for entries, etc." My whole thing on any of this is that whatever, if it's working for you, stick with it. That's all. I would never say anybody, you should not be doing this. No idea when it's going to be ready. I really don't. The developer of it is going on vacation for a couple of weeks, so That is that's going to put a. It's just it. I'll be honest with you guys, okay? These sort of things with indicators and all. I mean, if you ever listen to the Q&A with Dan and Brad, I mean, Dan doesn't give a hoot about indicators really. So it's not a big push for from the top down to get lots and lots of indicators. I have to say it just like that. I mean, I'm not a huge indicator guy also, but now look what's happening here on the IGC. It looks like there's going to be a cross right here. 2 minute. There's the 8 EMA. Looks like it's trying to cross below the 20 SMA just by eyeballing it. This is not a program telling me this. I just happen to have the IGC chart up and I'm just looking right here. So this could, where could it go? It looks like there's support around 180. Is that enough? I think I do like crossovers. I do pay attention to them, but if I can. Yeah, I'm going to count to 10. Oh, okay. I was counting to 10, waiting for Real to pop in and say, what? All right, guys, so things have slowed down for me. Don't see too many new alerts coming in. No, it isn't, Jeff. I shouldn't say it. We are trying to do this, okay, to code the AMA and SMA cross. Yes, it's an experimental scan that I have access to. Okay, so it is possible. For you guys, it is not possible. No. All right, let's take a look at store. Okay, so I just eyeballing it. I see some potential resistance right around 35.80. So that's kind of in between those two fibs that you're talking about. Then after that, maybe 35.71. Just looking at a 2-minute chart. The only thing you can code, Jeff, you sound like you maybe know what you're talking about, is, if we have the price point, the data point, then you can kind of create your own, out of those data points, you can kind of create your own filters. But if we don't have the data point, then, you can't do it. Yeah, I'm just going to say don't hold your breath, Jeff. Okay. Depends what you mean by distant future. Sure, why not? Look at the SPY. I haven't even looked at the SPY today, not even glanced at it. So there's the Dow up, SPY's up, tech is down just a little bit. So, really not that much dramatic moves either direction. Yeah, well, Jeff, nothing. Yeah, nothing we can do about that. Okay, I'll take the bite. I'll bet you 3 hamburgers. Now goes higher later. So you're talking 678. So if it goes up to 660, excuse me, 679, therefore it's a win, Mr. Wimpy. No, I know the SPY is on fire. Yes, I mean the SPY's on. So what I really meant was, I mean, there's not a big move in Dow or Nas right now, but yeah, the SPY's on fire. So going long things right now. Wow. Just a minute here. Can you buy an IPO via IB? You mean ahead of the IPO price? The head of the IPO date? No. Well, yeah, no. I mean, unless things have really radically changed. I mean, the way IPOs are doled out. Of course, if Goldman and Morgan Stanley say are the two lead underwriters, and they go to their big clients and they get them involved, and then it might get down to the broker level, and the broker goes to their big clients and offer all of that. But I mean, as far as just buying it directly from IB as a nobody, I don't know. I've never tried. I mean, that's what Robinhood. Yeah, I know Robinhood is doing that, but now they're saying that you can't sell it, and I don't know how many shares they're able to buy. That's the other thing. But they're also saying that they seriously don't want you to flip it the day of. And if you do that, then you might be limited in getting the next IPO that comes out. Okay, so Grumpy, for instance, if you could have contacted Fidelity and said, I want to participate in the Krispy Kreme IPO. What would they have said to you? I mean, is it based on your account size? Or would they have said, okay, we can offer you 20 shares, 25 shares? I mean, I'm just kind of interested in the mechanics of that. And how do you actually contact Fidelity to do that? But serious, no, I'm trying to be serious. Because that means Fidelity has been given, obviously, a bunch of shares by the underwriters. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, with Robin Hood, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many shares they're getting, and then they have to try to dole them out as the requests come in. I don't know how the mechanics of it works, but anyway, I don't generally try to get involved in an IPO ahead of. The other thing too is your timing. Yeah, I'd like to have some shares the day before. How many shares would be available? Because you have to remember a lot of these guys who are in this IPO, they've been holding these shares for I don't know how long, months, years. I mean not years, but and then what about a hold period? So you're committed to not selling 3 months after they open, okay? You know, this is what I mean. Listen, unless like a Krispy Kreme, okay? So the IPO'd at 17. All sorts of time to get in at 17 today. I'm not saying that's with every IPO, of course. And of course, you get in today, you can sell anytime you want. I know you guys are talking about you. Yeah, this has been a good IPO, say the least. Well, I've had nothing from, I don't think I've had anything. Maybe I've had an email from IB, I don't know, saying, asking me if I want to participate in an IPO. Because IJA is saying they send you an email asking if you want to participate. So, guys, today is Thursday. Canada Day. Whoopee. And, but also, that means it is marketing meeting day. All right, guys. Well, the donut is. It's interesting that it had what I consider kind of a delayed reaction. See, I would have thought it would have opened in the 20s if it was really that exciting. Because it's not like it was a huge number of shares. But maybe now it is starting to accelerate somewhat. It was yesterday. You was an IPO yesterday. But remember what Zach said earlier, that he was interested in this donut if it hit a bid of 17, guys. And obviously, it hit a bid of 17. Now look at it. So, be interesting to see how this closes. Okay, Zach was talking about this one as a short squeeze, CRTD. Let's take a look. Not a huge, whoops, not a huge short float, but, and we have a halt. And okay, so CCJ, which was halted for news. Ooh, not good. So this news came out before it resumed. I mean, not great news. I mean, they're evacuating Cigar Lake as a precaution due to wildfires. Shares were previously halted on the news. So that was the reason why CCJ was halted. There we go. Okay, so our news had it also. Well, Kevin, of course, you're not, or Kev, you're not alone in that sentiment, but in the immortal words of many people, it is what it is. Okay, so HEPS. Let me take a look at HEPS now. HEPS is an IPO today. I've said this many times. The way I get involved in an IPO, generally speaking, on the first day, is if it can take out the high that happened in the first couple of hours. So there it is at 14. But having said that, let's just take a look to see how many shares, who's behind it. And while I get the IPO calendar up, let's just take a look. Okay, so HEPS. Okay, so well, you know what? Fair amount of shares. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. 56 million shares at $12. The price is okay, excuse me, but you know it's going to take a bunch to move it with the 56 million. I mean, look at Krispy Kreme, 29 million. You know, it's not quite half, and at 17. So you know that's why you would expect a little more movement. But next, take a look who's behind it. And where are they out of? Okay, so, I mean, look, I'm not disparaging a Turkey IPO, but I don't know anything. I've never seen one before. I do recall this name, though. Okay. And who's behind it? Some big guys. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. So, I mean, there you go. Got some big names behind it. So it could be interesting. See if it takes out the highs. Sir Thomas, good eve to you too, kind sir. Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask, Cam. I'm not a big donut guy. You know, I think in fact, can't remember. I do recall having some a little while ago. They're okay. I'm just not a big donut guy. Not a donut connoisseur. I know, Cordelia. I know. Well, okay. My one, I think it's a kind of an amusing story for me. In a prior job, I used to have to travel, and I had to go up to Yellowknife. Didn't have to. Well, I did have to, but I wanted to. Went up to Yellowknife, meeting with a guy up there, and the meeting was postponed because their first Tim Hortons was opening up, and everybody in town was there. A line like you wouldn't believe. So that's Canada. I mean, look at Donut Go, guys. Wow, this could crack the 20 easily. Yeah, Tim Hortons had a foray into the U.S. market for a while. I don't know if they. I don't think they. I don't know if there's still some in the states, maybe in the northeastern part, but I don't know if they're still in the United States at all. I know they tried to expand. It's a few years ago, of course. There you go. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to put an alert at 20. See if it takes it out. Oops. Yeah, it would make sense maybe some of the border states having Tim Hortons, but yeah, I mean, first of all, people, why is it called Tim Hortons? Ah, that's going back in time, guys. Well, there you go. See, all you have to do is put a price alert, and that makes the price go up. Which, of course, I'm just joking, but I'm just surprised it didn't open up here. I mean, that was great for us. I mean, basically open at the IPO price. So it's like you're participating. Now, granted, if you're participating in an IPO, you're getting it cheaper. I get that, but yes, I like questions like that. So let me give you the code. There you go. Okay, so happy 4th, all in caps. So yeah, I'm going to have to get set for this marketing meeting. So I'll put all this information in the YouTube room also. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll still be here. I won't just have to put myself on mute. What do you mean? What scans form? So all you have to do on if you see it, if you load it, just right click and click on configure and click on summary, and you'll see what I'm using. If you're talking about my pre-market gapper, just to see anything, just load it. Of course, right click on the window, configure, and then click on summary, and then you'll see the filters I'm using. Okay. I only use that. Yeah, I only use that in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. So just getting set for this marketing meeting. All right, guys, I'm now back. And I see Krispy Kreme is still holding over 19. It'll be fascinating. Well, not fascinating, but it holds over 20. I think that could really get it rocking going forward. Okay, boy, it's getting pretty interesting again. I mean, it's got 1975, almost 20. All right, guys, sorry. IGC, what did it do? Did it actually fall down off that cross? It did, actually. Look at that cross. Remember I mentioned this quite a while ago? $1.94. Yeah, but I thought it might get down to that 170, and that's kind of what it did. Didn't seem to think it had a lot of room. Really, Larry? Yeah, no. I was just on a break well, not on a break, but a marketing meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays. So glad to wake you up. Now, guys, look at CNET. Actually, CNET is perking up a little bit here. We had famous last words. It did perk up, and now it's right back down to the alert price of 224. Surprised it's not a little more active. It's only got a $25 million float, so surprised it's not a little more active. Yeah, I'm not getting any new alerts. I haven't had a new alert for a while. All right, well, this is what I do right around 2:30 every day, and it's right around 2:30. So I'm just going to briefly talk. Let's see, I'm going to get this link in here. Those of you who want to take out a subscription, but I'm going to go to my homepage and show you exactly what a subscription is all about. Okay, when you go to my homepage, there's the link. There's my link right there. Go to my homepage. And again, don't use this promo code. If you want to take out a subscription, obviously use the Happy 4th. Happy and the TH, all in capital letters. Okay, so use Happy 4th. You'll get 25% off. First month only, or the entire year. And if you're unsure about our product, yeah, forget about that. If you're unsure about our product, this is what I would do. I mean, I would start off with a monthly standard, 118 less than 25%. Now that discount on a monthly basis is only good for the first month, okay? So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. But let's just say you take out a subscription, $118 minus the 25%. If you like us, great. You can always upgrade. You know, if you want to go to an annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. If you don't like us, just tell us before the 30 days is up and unsubscribe. It's really that simple. Okay? So that's what I would do. I mean, if you're just interested in finding a little bit more about us, you just have to start off with a standard monthly and get that 25% off. Of course, more information on my homepage. There will be a trade of the week. Obviously not on Monday. Monday's a market holiday, so it'll come out on Tuesday morning. Stock of the day. I've already done that video. All the scans I'm sharing right here. All the scans I'm sharing, including my layout. And all the education links are right here. You know, the 20 lessons, the daily support between 12 and 1 in YouTube. A lot of pop-ups to get rid of. Daily webinars, there is one today. There obviously will not be one on Monday, but typically Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI. Back to basics, great little video series. If you're new to trading, what is a stock? Literally, what is a stock? So a lot of information on my homepage. I don't go over all the information that much. Well, all you have to do is save my link, and then, you know, these two sections here. Oops. These two sections here with my scans and education has a lot of information in it. So what I would do is just save my link, and then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay, so Eddie, just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so Eddie, I'm going to answer your question in a minute here. When you, wow, look at GD. So you're talking about when you see on a higher time frame a buy and a sell, Flojo? Is that what you mean? Meanwhile, GDYN just going crazy, guys. Are you talking? Yeah, okay. All that is, these are just previous AI alerts. Okay, so our premium service. This is what it looks like. These are the alerts that have come in today. All right. So all that means is if you see like a sell flag here, that means that this was a short, you know, for CNET back here. See if Sorrento, for instance, but that's what it means. It just means that, here we go. There's a buy for Sorrento here. That means, you know, whatever day this was, if you hover over it, it'll tell you. It'll tell you how it did. Okay, that's all that means. So if you see a short sell, that means it was shorted. It was a short suggestion. All right, Eddie, could you point me in the direction as to where I can go to customize my own alert scan, or is that not possible at TI? Well, that's the whole basis of Trade Ideas, okay, Eddie? So that's why we have all of these. Now, first of all, are you a subscriber or just looking to subscribe? Just need an answer. Okay, so I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons, but as an example, in the 20 lessons. Oh, hi, Larry. Good. Nice to have you aboard. So in the 20 lessons that I just popped in there, okay, so the 20 lessons in 20 days. So for instance, okay, this is really answers your question. So what is an alert window and creating an alert window? What you want to do, you know, if you want to customize your own, you can go to this section right here. What is an alert window and creating an alert window? All right, they're not videos, they're actually just text based, okay? But that's the whole basis of Trade Ideas, because we have all of these. We have all of these alerts. These are all different alerts that we have, okay? I'm not going to go over them all, but they're all the alerts that we have. And then here are the filters that we have. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can create the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So, for instance, here's an example of a scan that I put together, just really simple, basic new highs and lows. And this is what it's looking for. This is, if you call it my custom scan. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 4. So it means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum of 400,000 shares, 4% up from the open or down, etc. So this is what you start off with, filters, and then you need a trigger. And so what I'm looking for, if stocks meet these filter requirements and they make a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So that is an example. Now, I can't tell you, I don't know what you're looking for, but to answer your question in a very general way, yes, you can customize your own alert scan. That's the whole idea of Trade Ideas. Now, I have, on my homepage there, when you go to my homepage, you'll see a scan section, and I'm sharing a lot of scans. There may be something there that you might want to look at. You might want to look at my layout. Okay? So this is so as an example, with the basic new highs and lows, just to go over it one more time again. So this is what I'm looking for, but you might look at this and go, prices between 1 and 20. I don't like that. I want it to be, 10 and 100. So of course you can change it. You just go and make the change, 10, 100. Click on the summary and you see how it is now changed. I don't want that change, of course, but so what I've got here is more or less like a template that I like to use, but of course, so if you want to follow it but make changes to it, of course you're welcome to. So does that answer your question? Because I think what you want to do is, in that 20 lessons, take a look at the alert section, because that I think is what you're looking for. Discount code is 25%, MR. Meanwhile, VINC, this is not Vince. No. No, this is sort of interesting. Look at this one go, guys. This is coming off. This is must have been an IPO back here. Okay, good. Yeah, really, that is what Trade Ideas is all about, is your ability to create your own scans if you want. We have a lot of built-in scans. You should check out the channel bar. Click from New and click on channel bar. These are all built-in theme layouts, and they're all scans within here. Okay, so we do create a lot of things for you so you don't even have to know how to create anything to begin with. The code is, okay, I'll give you the code. Always my favorite question. Okay, there you go, MR. There's your code. So again, when you click on my link, don't use this promo code. Obviously, don't use that Barry for Alpha. Use the Happy 4th to get 25% off the first month only. Okay, the first month only, or the entire year, of course. But again, my recommendation is always to start off. If you don't know the program, start off with a monthly subscription. Okay, Eddie. So yeah, absolutely. Then you can take, for instance, if you go to the channel bar, now I'm going to show you something that is not quite released yet. It might be available on our website tomorrow, but I just want to show you something, because right now, and it's the docking. I know there was something given out last night in the webinar, but it's not officially yet on our website. But so right now, when you click on a channel, click on a channel from the channel bar, your layout will be replaced, okay, because these are all layouts. But in this new version, which hopefully will be available tomorrow. So if I wanted to click on the EV related channel, notice how my layout remains. So you can now start to you can start to go to the channel bar and you can start to cycle through the different channels, seeing what might be interesting, and your layout will be fine. But let's just say you look at something like this, the EV high and low, okay? And you might look at it and go, that looks interesting. So what you might want to do is say, okay, first of all, take a look at it, what it's looking for. Really nothing. I'm not really sure what it's, maybe it's a symbol list attached to it. Oh, of course, it's a symbol list attached to it. So the EVs are in here. Let me get to another example, okay? Momentum. Okay, momentum channel. Okay. So here's an alert window. This is what it's looking for. Here's the price, 1 in 50, current volume's 3, 100,000 shares, etc., etc. Okay, this is what it's looking for. Now, if you wanted to change that, you could just go ahead. If you wanted to change it to 1 in 20, okay, you say okay. So you see now how it is. If I click on this now, configure, it now is 1 in 20, right? Now, just a word about that, guys. If you left this channel and then came back, that is not saved, okay? Because the channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to have, 1 in 20 instead of what was there, 1 in 50, it's not going to change for everybody. It's always going to go back to the original channel settings. But what you can do is you can take, so if you saw a window that you liked and you wanted to make a change, then you just save it to the cloud, okay? You right click on the window. You don't have to have made any changes, but if you did, but again, even if you didn't, but you'd like to see this window in your layout, you just save it to the cloud. Okay? So now, let's say your layout's up and running, and you want to bring that one, you file load from cloud, and you see it's right up here. Right? The Momo channel is right there. Okay? And you would just load it, and then it could be part of your layout. So that's how we've created so many different scans and all those different channels. If you cycle through all the channels and kind of, you might want to extract some of the scans that might look interesting to you and save them to the cloud and then bring them back and perhaps create a layout out of it. Well, the pre-market actives, again, didn't I tell you, Nick? Are you talking about mine or are you talking about from the channel? Okay, so unfortunately, I asked 2 questions. Okay, good. Okay, well, let me just show you it. So did you download it? Did you download it already? Not my layout. Okay, that's not part of my layout. That was an individual scan, right? Okay, so it's not part. You have to go, and if you want it, again, just here it is, homepage. There's my homepage link, right? So when you click and go to the scan section, here it is, gap up and gap down shared. Okay? And this is in the pre-market. You could use it all day if you want, but this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay? I don't put, like all the scans that I'm sharing here, I don't want to put them all into one massive layout. There'd be way too many alert windows, top list windows, etc. Okay? So that's why I created this layout for people to take a look at. That is just this. I don't want to overwhelm people. And I don't have them all up and running. Okay? These are just a lot of scans I've created over time. And I'm not using some of them right now, but who knows? Maybe next week I decide, I wonder how that biggest pullback on winners is working out. Maybe I take a look at it one day and go, wow, it's giving me some good alerts. So maybe I add it to my layout, get rid of something else. Because, you don't want to have so many alert windows and so many top list windows that you get overwhelmed by all the symbols that are showing up all day long. But that's a scan. Yeah, I mean, that's a scan. And this, let me just show you. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is what I'm using in the pre-market, okay? There goes the donut. Look at it go, my goodness. So this is what I'm using. So here it is, the gap up and gap down, okay? I've put all the pre-market scans into a container. You'll be able to do this so that, once the market opens, I just minimize them all. But here's my gap up, here's my gap down. So when you right click, configure, this is what I'm looking for. Stocks between 50 cents and $65. Volume is at least 50,000 shares. Up 25 cents from the previous close, 4% above the close, etc. Okay? And I also put a timer on it, so I don't want to see it once the market opens. You wanted to see, it all day, then you just get rid of that. But that's what I'm using in the pre-market. Wow, look at donut go, guys. Look at it go. It depends on the scan window, JPZ. If you tell us your best thing to do is this, because if I can't help you, man, look at neg, guys. I know I'm gonna delete this, but it's the fact that neg was an early alert at 17, but it was from the option scanner. But I'm going to delete, I'm going to put a filter in here, so the stock has to be up for the day. So yeah, later on this would have worked well, but it's okay. Yeah, JP Easy. Depends on what you're looking for, but you don't have to hire anybody. It really depends. But you can send what you're looking for to info@trade-ideas.com. But it all depends on what you're looking for. As I say, we've got a ton of alerts. We've got all these alerts. Typically, when I create an alert window, I only use one alert, okay? It's going to be a new high, a new low. That's typically what I do. But I don't put a lot of different alerts in. It's the filters that are the key. But hopefully, with all the filters that we have, we can create something for you. Or you can do it yourself if you just take a look at the filters. But just out of curiosity, what are you looking for? Okay, maybe you're just putting it together. Well, those are all individual scans, okay? Don't get hung up about the containers, okay? Just look at the individual scans. Again, the gap up, gap down. That's what you're asking about. Just look at the individual scans. They may not all be of interest. I've put, these are a lot of scans I've created over the years, okay? So you might see something, again, the moving higher with unusually strong options, that's one I would probably take a look at. I talk about it all day long. Up big yesterday, reversing today. I haven't looked at that for quite a while now. Down big, I haven't looked at that for quite a while now. you know, but these are just sands that you might just want to take a look at. I can't tell you which ones to use. You know, everybody has a different trading style. This is one of the best IPOs I've seen, guys. Seriously. I call it one of the best IPOs I've seen because it did not zoom way above the IPO price, which was 17. In fact, it opened below and or maybe just at, and but it gave all sorts of opportunity to get into it without going crazy. I mean, I think that, so that's why I call it one of the best ones, and not too many gyrations. Like it's not like a huge 15-minute candle down and one big one up and one down. I mean, it's been pretty darn steady. Yeah, so I'm not a scalper, Nick, so I don't know. It depends what you mean by scalping, but I am not a scalper. Oh, that's simple. That's about as simple as you can get. I mean, why not just try something really simple? I mean, you know, again, you can do this yourself. So you have to start off with an alert window, you know, new alert window. Okay, start off with the alert window, and then, for instance, you should try this yourself, okay? Because what you're asking for, just click on search, okay? And then type in price. All right, and here's your price filter. So in that particular case, add the filter, and you want a max of $10, all right? Maybe you want a minimum, I don't know. But if you wanted a minimum of $1, then fine. I would probably put in some kind of a minimum volume too, okay? Because otherwise you could get a lot of junk. And then I would use something like this. The change from the open is 10%. As a filter. Whoops. Where are you? Change from the close, change from the open. You know, put a minimum 10%. And then you'll need a trigger of some sort. You know, do you want it? Okay, if it's changed from the open is 10% and it's between $1 and $10. Now what? New 5-minute high, new 1 minute, new high of the day, things like that. I can't tell you what to use after that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this should be off topic. Sorry about that. We're just getting set to close. Sorry about that, real. Okay, yeah, this should be off topic, okay? In the off topic tab right here. So, I mean, that's pretty simple. So I would use the change from the open. I would use, and you know, which I showed you where to find. Just type in change, and then you want to change. If you literally want to type change from the open, you'll see it. Type in price, so you can add those two filters. I would also probably add a minimum volume. And then it's up to you what your trigger is. Okay, so you start off with the alert window, right? Start off with the alert window, new alert window. And you might have to start from scratch, get rid of everything that happened before, load the settings, and then search. You said you wanted price. Okay, so price, here's price right there. There's your price filter. Click on it, add the filter. You said you want anything under $10. Great. Maybe you want a minimum, I don't know. maybe $1. I mean, you don't have to, but. And then you said you want it 10% from the open. Okay, so type in change. Whoops. I'm showing you how to do this, okay? Change. And you can scroll down. These are all the changes we've got, okay? And just, here it is, change from the open. Right there, percent, add the filter, minimum of 10%. So now you're starting. You see, you've got a summary. Here's the price between $1 and $10. Price is up 10% from the open. I would add volume. Are you in the web? Are you using the web-based version or not? Really? How can it be different? The labels are different. What do you mean by the labels are different? So let's start again. New alert window. Okay, now I don't know what you're going to see, but it doesn't really matter. Start from scratch. So let's start. Okay, when you click on new alert window, you should see something like this, right? Yeah, some of the web, some of the channels on the web are not the same as that. But you know what? Everything's being revised, guys, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. When I say everything's, some of the channels are going to disappear. So I think you're going to see the uniformity between the web-based version and the download. Okay, so you see this. Okay, now start from scratch. Start from scratch. That gets rid of everything, and load the settings. Okay, now we have a blank slate. Okay, nothing's in there. Then I said search. Click on the search and type in price. Now you should see this icon right there. If you don't, then I don't know what's going on. When you click, okay, good. Okay, so when you click on price, and then it says add filter. And this is the format for all the filters. So now this is what I was saying to do. You want a maximum of $10, put it in the max. If you don't have a minimum, okay, you can leave it blank. But you know, if it was $1 or 50 cents, you would just type it in there. So that's the first one. Let's click on the summary. See? Stock where the price is no more than $10. Let's keep going. Search. You wanted the change from the open. CHANG. I'm just going to scroll down. I could have typed change from the open. I just wanted to show you though. Look at all the different changes we've got. Okay? So you scroll, 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 scroll. And here's the change from the open in percent. Right? You see the little percent? Add the filter. You wanted a minimum of 10%. Boom. Click on the summary. Summary is showing you English language, just in case you typed in 100 instead of 10. Okay, the summary is always good to go back to because it's all English language. Well, it's all English. Okay. And now what I was going to suggest though is you add a minimum volume. Otherwise, you're going to get so many alerts. So again, you could type search, type in volume, and here's today's volume. Add the filter, put a minimum. I don't know what you want, 100,000. You have to experiment, okay? So here we've built a very, very simple scan so far, but now you need a trigger. Let's just say you're done with all the filters. Now you need a trigger. A trigger meaning an alert. What do you want? You want a new high for the day? You want a new 5-minute high? I mean, here are all the, sorry. Get rid of this. I mean, here are all the filters we've got. You know, right at the top are the new high, this is new high for the day, new low for the day. But we have a lot of filters. I can't tell you what to use. You know, a new 5-minute high. Sorry, wait a minute. There we go. Oops. Well, I'll just type it in. You can see what we've got. 5-minute highs. We have 10-minute highs, things like that. Or a new high for the day. I can't tell you what to use in that particular case. But let's just say you said, yeah, I want the new high. You just check it. We click on summary again. So there you go. There's a very simple scan. Okay, and then give it a name. Well, the pre-market filters are anything you want them to be, Nick. I mean, you know, it's not that they're different for the day. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there is one alert that is a pre-market high. Okay, so yeah, there is an alert, you know, that you can use and, you know, to look for pre-market highs and pre-market lows. You know, as an example. Okay, JP, easy. Are we good? Getting the hang of it? Okay. So just for you, give it a name. Call it JP Easy. Okay. And I'm gonna. Oh, whoops, it's pinned. There you go. So there's the cloud link of this. Now you can play around with it. You know, I would also probably add maybe a relative volume, because you want to see things that are, yeah, it's up 10%. You have your price range, but maybe you want even, you know, something to narrow it down. So you don't want to get so many stocks. So maybe add a relative volume filter. Okay? But just play around with it. All right, guys, I think that is it. Let me just get the script in. All right, so tomorrow's Friday. So yes, the market is open tomorrow. So remember, the market's closed on Monday. So for US 4th of July. So thanks a lot again, everybody, for all the help today. And I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.